Oh, that's wild. What do you do? Clear the room?
We're getting moved up to the Coliseum.
Literally, for my involved in a discussion, five people need to talk through the top
now
of
you're
me.
rubbishing through me.
Been
Now
sat
you're
here
rubbishing
patiently waiting
Now you're
for
rubbishing.
45 minutes.
You already
The minute I get
conceded.
into that discussing level and flat aren't the same, and I start giving a detailed description of how they are within their religion, suddenly we're having moves go on, the room's changing. Why? Why? Well, because lots of triggered fundies can't cope with their own religion, relying on flatness for their play or value.
Level is only perpendicular to the down vector. That's all level is. It's perpendicular to the down vector.
Perpendicular to a plane. Exactly.
No, perpendicular to the down vector.
Yeah, down is perpendicular to a plane.
No.
Hello,
No.
stupid retard. Shut up.
You're just being silly, dude. You just won't let anybody reply. This is why this is never going to work.
Things that they're not, so that they can fit your model, which is
this will never ever goes
I was
anywhere,
just
dude.
talking to one scumbag. Now we've got three people who all want to
You're
go
not
at once.
talking to anybody. You're just talking over them.
What about the flat equatorial plane?
I don't care about that. Let's argue about the fact that you said levels
So
flat.
you relinquish your own religion then?
They're not the same.
How do you use a sextant on a mountain? Can you use a sextant on a mountain where you don't have
a equatorial flat plane then, dum-dum?
No, he just mutes us. Now he just mutes us on his side and talks to his audience. You're a clown.
I guessed this while you guys were all talking and involved in the
Everybody can look it up right now. Flat and level are not the same.
No, you said level wasn't flat, and then I went to the equatorial plane. The response you gave me was you didn't care.
Yeah, is a piece of paper flat? Can it be level? Can it be on an angle? A piece of paper is flat, right? But I can make it so it's not level. It's still flat, though. It's still flat paper.
Equatorial flat plane that you need for your religion.
Anything
is that not flat? Is it bendy? The equatorial plane?
Is that not flat, right? People on your side of the mic. So you can make a show and make everybody think that you're beating people up.
I'm not allowed to be heard on my own show when I point out the hit suggestion.
Oh, I know. Now you're the victim.
Level isn't flat.
You're just grandstanding. You're
your equatorial plane. That's what I said.
Definitional liar. That's all he is.
He's saying I don't care. End quote. And now we're talking about whether or not I can be heard on my own frigging show while he babbles through the top of the devastating defeat.
You brought your show to a public
equatorial plane isn't
flat. The object of that is to hear other people. You brought your show here, so yeah, you do want to hear us.
I don't know. Do I need to start muting people? Is that what needs to happen?
Yeah.
It can have been we're gonna go one at a time, or I'm just gonna start muting people, dude. And don't get mad if I don't take you off mute.
Okay, that sounds fair to me. But can you tell Nathan the same thing, or is it his show?
Oh, in conclusion,
I got told we can't mute people in here. There's a mod.
In conclusion, where I was told level isn't flat. Yeah, it is for you in your religious belief of a ball, where you've got an equatorial flat plane in the middle of it. So level's absolutely flat.
It's not a religious belief. It has nothing to do with gods or
never get to the end of the statement without a constant stream of interruption from triggered fundies. I thought you guys found this funny. If it was funny, you'd at least tolerate the end of the sentence coming your way, but you can't cope. I'll try again.
Correcting you on what you said that was completely
in the middle of me saying it.
After about 3 seconds, believing that the Earth is a sphere is a religious belief, but it has nothing.
Try again.
Nathan.
The equatorial plane is flat in their religious belief of a ball.
No,
if it's not flat, this is the sixth time.
Yeah, it's gonna take me muting a few people.
Yeah, this is what
we're not allowed to mute people.
I'll try again, 7th time.
It hurts.
It does. This is very painful. I thought you guys said it was funny. Phil Bell said this was funny. If it was funny, you'd be laughing rather than talking through the 7th rendition of the facts in the matter. Level is flat. Like your equatorial plane requires it be flat. That's how your religion works, with flatness being level. Like sea level, that's the flat planar level that we take perpendicular altitude from. When you guys argue for an hour and a half about how flat Earth measurements of altitude perpendicular to sea level will be used in your dip corrections, Earth was being measured flat in your prerequisites that we're using to suggest some sort of radial value. Yeah, radial values also derive from flat planar measurements of angles from surface level. But the specific claim that I've had to do 8 times is that level and flat aren't synonymous with one another. They absolutely are. Like your equatorial flat plane that must be flat and is level in your religion.
The equatorial plane is not level. It goes through the equator as a plane through the equator. It is not level. It goes through the entire Earth. It's not level. Level is perpendicular to the down vector. God, get that straight.
And nobody's inside a ball. Nobody can be inside a ball on an equatorial.
We're on the ball.
My bad, I'm responding to you. I heard what you suggested. Yes, I heard you describing the equatorial plane bifurcating a ball Earth. And the measurements that are suggested to work with heliocentric sphericity come from within this ball. My response, nobody's inside a ball. Ever.
Wow, what a response, man. I guess you really got it.
Nobody said they were.
This is absurd. The Earth is not measured flat. The oceans are not level. Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, Earth is definitely measured flat. So derivative values that create sphericity are not limited to, but including things like a radial value derived from an equatorial minimum, that's elevation angles to Polaris, to derive a flat, straight, linear radial value to infer there's an equatorial plane inside the ball. I'll say it again. Nobody's inside a ball for heliocentric orbital motion to function. Nobody's inside a ball. I'll just make that absolutely clear. We do measure a radius value, though.
Geodetic surveyors are the people hired to measure the Earth. Which geodetic surveyors told you they measure flat? You interrupted me.
Rise over run.
You interrupted me. Which geodetic surveyors said the Earth is flat?
All of them, with rise over run.
Show us. Rise over run. No, that's not what geodetic surveyors do. You asked geodetic surveyors. You interrupted me again. Have you asked geodetic surveyors what shape the Earth is?
No, they measure it with rise over run. ArcGIS would be my reference for horizontal Euclidean straight line distance when they specifically reference. Oh, are you interrupting me, you little bitch?
Is that the only thing that they measure?
Yeah, they measure Earth flat with horizontal linear distance, rise over run. Vertical deviation from the horizontal measured mile.
Is slope the only thing geodetic surveyors measure?
Slope is a horizontal flat Earth measurement of miles. To derive slope, which is what they measure, as you've now conceded, it would seem, that's a horizontal distance with a vertical deviation from the horizontal measured distance. Earth is measured flat by these surveyors for, quote, slope. Slope is a vertical deviation from a horizontal measured mile. The measured mile is a flat Earth only linear distance.
Is slope the only thing geodetic surveyors measure?
Slope is a flat Earth measurement. It's a horizontal mile with a linear deviation in the vertical, described from the horizontal miles we measure. Third time. To have a slope...
You're repeating yourself, and that wasn't a question I asked.
Horizontal miles first.
What was the question I asked?
Is slope the only thing they measure? Well, they measure Earth flat with slope. So are you going to address that this is a flat Earth measurement when they measure slope? Because they do measure slope. And it's rise over run that they measure it with. The horizontal distance that you've not addressed. Are you going to address how to have slope? First, Earth is measured horizontal linear miles or kilometers, because Earth is measured flat with horizontal miles, or we couldn't derive slope. That's rise over run, by the way, the first thing I put to you.
No, we put it onto a flat or a straight line, but that doesn't mean it is flat in reality. That's where I have to convert it. But is that the only thing that they measure?
What? Is the only thing we measure the horizontal flat linear distance in miles? Now, I'm sure they measure drop with respect to the miles, but the miles are flat Earth measurements of horizontal linear distance, as you've now conceded. Is it the only thing? I couldn't give a crap. Earth's measured flat with these horizontal miles.
Is it true that you've never spoken to a geodetic surveyor about this?
I've never spoken to a geodesic surveyor. My reference was ArcGIS. I specifically noted who my reference was. Those are surveyors. They deal very specifically with life and death scenarios like air ambulances. They survey Earth with horizontal linear as the crow flies, Euclidean straight distances that are horizontal. That's how we measure Earth.
It's such a carnival barker, bro.
So, in conclusion, Earth's measured flat with horizontal mile measurements measured by surveyors. Sorry, are we hearing the guy that said that the...
Yeah, you're hearing Rob Noxious yelling in the background.
Are we still hearing him while I
GIS
Are we hearing other voices while I summarise my win? Is that what's happening? The guy that was annihilated earlier that suggested that his flat equatorial plane isn't flat.
Okay,
That Dumbo is interrupting me taking this win. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Back to the topic. GIS, I just posted
you measure horizontal miles, Stuttery.
GIS models Earth as an oblate spheroid or ellipsoid. I just
models it after measuring it with horizontal miles. Yes, that's correct. They can model Earth by converting the horizontal linear mile measurements into a spheroid. That's correct. We can convert these flat measurements into models. That's correct.
You just said GIS says the Earth is flat. They say the opposite.
Yeah, they do. They say specifically that they measure it flat with horizontal linear miles as the crow flies, straight line Euclidean distance. Yes, the measurement.
Where's GIS's flat model? Can you provide that?
No. Can you suck on my bollocks?
No, thank you.
No, well, I won't be supplying you anything. You can go and look up for yourself if you like what ArcGIS. It's horizontal, straight, linear Euclidean distance. To derive things like network distance, that would be the logistical negotiations of the terrain with respect to the slopes, that's hills, when measured with rise over run. For things like air ambulances. What's that going to give it you? No. So, in conclusion, Earth is measured flat with horizontal linear mile measurements, like on the scale of a map. Now, you can demand that I give you these things. I couldn't give a crap. You people are all thieves. You think I want to give you anything? No. Go and look for yourself. You can accept that slope is a deviation in the vertical from the horizontal linear mile measurement, though. Slope, end quote, you.
Why would we need a nautical mile if we've statute mile is perfectly fine? The Earth isn't curved. Why would you need a nautical mile?
Both are flat. Both are flat Earth measurements.
Why is one different than the other?
Both are flat Earth measurements. Why is a furlong different? Why is a kilometre different to a mile? Who cares? They're both all flat. They're all linear. They're all horizontal. Have you never seen a map scale? All of these measurements are flat Earth measurements. Horizontal only.
You obviously don't understand why we created the nautical mile in the first place.
But the flat nautical mile that's linear, it's a flat Earth measurement. Who cares how we created it? It's a flat Earth measurement.
You're just so ignorant. So amazing.
Yeah, that's ignorant. Right. It's a linear flat Earth measurement, you stuttery idiot.
No, you're the fucking idiot. I'm sorry to say that.
Swears at me. Earth's measured flat in nautical statute and kilometres and furlongs and inches and they're all horizontal. Hello, stuttery. Stuttery response.
You're so off. Now,
maybe you can
the one thing you said about the equatorial plane being level, it goes through the center of the Earth. How could it possibly be level? How does that even happen? How do you construct
level plane? Yeah, nobody goes through the center of anything. We're not going through the center of Earth when we measure this plane. We just reference angles from surface level to it. That doesn't mean anybody's inside a ball on an equatorial flat plane that's definitely flat.
And you don't know what an equatorial plane is.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've got a diagrammatical example of it for my live audience. This here, between these 2 points, is the equatorial flat plane. Do I know what it is? I've got a diagrammatical example on screen for my live audience, dum-dum.
Yeah, your live audience is about as intelligent as you are.
Are you going to insult my audience? You just told me I didn't know what an equatorial
I'm insulting you, really. I'm insulting you.
On screen for a live
because
audience.
You don't understand that an equatorial plane would go through the center of the Earth.
Yeah, I do. I had a diagram of one on screen.
Your diagram's wrong, then.
Oh, really? I got it from Ball Believers. So you're going to reject your own equatorial flat plane now, like Dumbo did earlier when he said it's not flat? Yeah, feel free. You can reject your equatorial flat plane that nobody's standing inside a ball to measure with respect to, if you like. It's not mine. You can reject it all you like. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with horizontal, linear, nautical miles. They're flat. They're linear. They're horizontal.
Miles are not flat. God.
They absolutely are.
How do we measure windy roads in kilometers and miles?
Or how do ArcGIS assess network distance? Oh, they assess it with horizontal, as the crow flies, linear distances that are Euclidean. That's how ArcGIS survey network distance. That's the topographical deviations with respect to the horizontal mile. That's what ArcGIS do when they survey Earth for network distance, for logistical studies, for things like air ambulances. I mean, I don't do that. I don't do as ArcGIS do when they measure Earth flat with horizontal miles. That's ArcGIS.
But talk.
Flat with horizontal miles.
That wasn't my question.
Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with horizontal miles.
Keep saying it until you believe it.
My question was, how do we measure windy roads in kilometers and miles?
Winding from what?
Deviations in the horizontal, from the horizontal, you mean? So how winding they are is how much they deviate, how much they undulate with respect to a surveyable, referenceable point. That's sea level. So how they are surveyed is from sea level for their altitude deviations. In other words, their vertical topographical deviation is only referenceable from a horizontal plane called sea level. So for the topographical deviations of roads, that's hills and valleys, they're measured from sea level.
I'm not talking about vertically deviating, and I'm not talking about measuring the deviation. I'm talking about how do you measure the length of a winding road?
Why? Who cares?
Because you're claiming that miles and kilometers are straight distances.
Yeah, they are, like on a map. I gave you an example where ArcGIS use a formulation to derive the scale value, the map distance, as the crow flies, the straight linear horizontal mile measurement that you'd see on a map scale, to the network distance. That's a calculation. First, you acquire the horizontal straight line distance so that you can calculate the network distance. That's the winding, undulating roads. So you can approximate how much longer it will take on the network, that's the roads, versus the straight Euclidean measured mile distance as per the scale on maps. Now, if you want to go into ArcGIS's website and see how they calculate network distance, that's the undulation and winding roads, then feel free to check out ArcGIS's website for how they derive network distance from straight line Euclidean mile values as the crow flies. Feel free to check it out. Am I a surveying expert? No, but I know that ArcGIS derived network distance from straight line distance as the crow flies between 2 points. Flat, linear, horizontal mile measurements, Euclidean, straight line.
I'm not talking about any of that either.
Oh, you're not?
Saying you don't need the point A to point B straight as a crow flies distance before you measure the length of a winding road. You can just measure the length of a winding road. How can we do that in miles and kilometers if you can only measure it straight?
Have to ask a surveyor. Meanwhile, the way ArcGIS derive network distances, so air ambulances can assess how far their journey will increase on the network versus as the crow flies, the measured flat Earth distance that's Euclidean and straight line, is a calculatable formula that's paid for. People pay for this information. Like air ambulance services, when they're comparing air ambulance routes as the crow flies in a straight line distance to network distance on roads that wind. So ArcGIS do specific surveys, but when they extrapolate for the third time, network distance, that's ND, network distance, is a calculatable formula that starts with horizontal linear miles from point to point. That's Euclidean, straight line, not bending.
Why does ArcGIS have ArcGlobe?
Oh, Jesus. You keep trying to take it to something I'm not asking. I'm talking about a very simple question. In an F1 racetrack or a field track, for example, how do we know how long that track is if we can only measure in kilometers and miles straight? being that both of those things are very
That's
close.
how we survey Earth for maps. For distances in regards to Earth's planar surface, we're not measuring track distances. Maps aren't using bendy scales and saying, here's the racetrack distance. They give you a flat linear scale for miles on maps. That's how it all begins. When we survey Earth, we're surveying it with horizontal linear values. We're not surveying it like we'd measure a racetrack. We're talking about Earth. Earth's distances are flat and horizontal. A false equivalence with a racetrack is not Earth measurement. That's racetrack measurement. When we measure Earth's surface, we measure Earth's surface in horizontal miles, kilometres, furlongs, inches, millimetres. That's how Earth's measured. These values don't bend. For instance, if you're going to describe your altitude, you describe it with a linear value perpendicular to a plane. That's not a bent value when you give altitude. The same is true for distances. When you calculate a descent path for a plane, for example, the way they measure it is with the horizontal straight line distance that's on the scale of the map, measured flat. They don't reference how a racetrack gets its distances. They're measuring with respect to the ground. Same for the air ambulances. Their value, the air ambulance value, is a horizontal straight line value. Now, does the network distance increase? Yeah, we've got topographical deviations that are measured also with respect to a horizontal value from sea level. That's another flat Earth measurement, though.
So if I'm understanding, you're saying, though it's not analogous, we can in fact measure racetracks and field tracks and windy roads with kilometers and miles, correct?
It's just not very useful for a map scale when we're looking at the world. I understand that you ballers want to take the world measurements that are all flat and horizontal and linear as the crow flies to a false equivalence where it's a racetrack that we're measuring, but maps aren't racetracks. Maps measure the world in horizontal miles. Like if you want the distance from the top of England to the bottom of Scotland, or vice versa, then you'll measure it in horizontal linear miles as the crow flies. You won't be using some value that is measuring a racetrack with. We measure Earth flat with linear miles. Simple.
Right. So, except for some special pleading, I can't understand what the difference would be between measuring one thing or another thing and it needing to be straight. Like, there's no reason I can fathom why any distance, just because it's longer, has to be straight.
Oh, okay, I'll give you an example that's akin to your worldview and your world religion. When you derive a radial value for your equatorial plane, the radius in miles is a linear straight distance in miles. It can't bend because it's a radius for your dumbass religion that gives you an equatorial plane that's derived with a radius in miles. Now you think that maybe that linear straight mile value for your dumbass equatorial value in the middle of a ball is the same as some racetrack with bends. But I give you a specific example that your religion is reliant upon that's straight and linear and in miles. That'd be a radius value. Do you see how your equatorial derivative straight line radial value that's flat for your equatorial plane that's flat isn't the same as a racetrack that's got bends on it? It's a horizontal linear mile value for a radius of your dumbass equatorial plane that nobody's inside the ball to measure. You understand that now? It's a straight linear mile when you give the radius for an equatorial plane. Notice how that's not a bending racetrack. I've given you an example now to show how stupid you are with your false equivalence.
Well, speaking of false equivalence, a radius is defined as a straight line from the center to the edge of a circle. So definitionally, that's going to be straight, right, but not because it's measured in miles or kilometers.
Yes, so straight then. Yeah. So miles are linear and straight then. Yes, like on your
radiuses are, not miles.
Yeah, they are. Earth's measured in miles, like on the map scales that every map has ever.
So are racetracks. And they're not straight.
Yeah, map scales are definitely straight. You're an idiot.
Why?
Why? Because that's how they've been measured.
Why?
Sorry, are you a 4-year-old?
You're claiming that the reason is they're measured in miles and kilometers, and I'm giving you examples why that's not true. The reason you gave to counter that is that radiuses can be measured in miles and kilometers, but those are definitionally straight because of radii, not because they're miles and kilometers.
Yeah, miles and kilometers are straight values as per a map scale. Okay, fine. Show me a map with a racetrack for a scale. Go.
What would that prove?
Is that the stupidest thing you've ever heard in your entire life? No, all map scales are horizontal and linear. You lay a map flat, you use it with horizontal directionality and linear distances as per the flat scales. Now, you can suggest that the map makers aren't doing it right because their horizontal linear flat scales don't represent the measurements. You can say that. I'll call you an idiot. But yeah, they've measured Earth and derived maps with them, and the map scales are giving you horizontal linear miles or kilometers. That is a fact, as opposed to you suggesting it's my claim that maps have got flat scales based on the flat measurements used to produce them. No, that's not a claim. That's an absolute statement of fact.
So it's not my claim. My claim is simply that your argument that something must be straight because it's measured in kilometers or miles is a ridiculous claim.
No, miles and kilometers are what we measure Earth with. They are straight. Then I gave you an example where the measurements have turned into maps with flat scales. That is just how we measure. It's not a claim. That's just how we measure Earth with horizontal, linear, straight line Euclidean distance. Need a reference? Yeah, I've already given you one. ArcGIS. They specifically derive network distance, the thing you asked me about, from the straight line measured value in Euclidean miles.
So I've given you a couple examples where we can measure things in kilometers and miles and they're not straight. Again, I'm just wondering why this is special.
I see. So we've got maps with racetracks as scales, have we?
No, nobody said that.
No, we haven't. No. So all the maps have just got the straight horizontal measurements then?
Not straight horizontal measurements. You can have a scale that's straight.
Oh, the maps haven't got measurements. Shall I get in touch with the Ordnance Survey and say, some dickhead on Discord says that you're not measuring for these maps? Yeah, they are. They're all paid quite heavily. They're all very expensive. I know. I employed surveyors. They're very expensive people. They go out and they, what's the word? Measure stuff in horizontal linear miles. They're flat Earth prerequisites. They're, as the crow flies, they're Euclidean, they're straight line distances. They're measured. That's how we get the maps. They measure stuff to produce them. They don't measure them in racetracks. They measure them in horizontal linear miles or kilometers. That's how we measure stuff. When we measure Earth's surface, it's measured flat in miles.
That's what you heard me say, that maps don't have measurements?
Who has measurements?
I never claimed that maps don't have measurements. I'm simply saying that your argument that because something is measured in kilometers or miles, it must therefore be straight is demonstrably false.
What? Because it's measured in flat horizontal linear miles, it doesn't mean that the measurement of flat linear horizontal miles is flat horizontal and linear. No, it goes without saying. If you're measuring something with flat horizontal linear miles, then that's just the measurement process that you're applying to that measurement. And if you're saying that the measurement that comports to the maps that gives you a horizontal distance in miles, when it says miles and then gives you a little scale that's comparable to all the distances on the maps, you can just say, nuh-uh, just because it's showing you horizontal linear flat miles as per the measurements to produce the map, that doesn't mean that the measurements that produce the map mean the map's measured. You can say that. It's idiotic, though. Meanwhile, Earth is measured in flat horizontal linear miles as per every flat map and every scale on every map ever.
Can you do me a favor and Google Earth?
Hold on. You understand, of course, that it doesn't logically follow, therefore, that the thing you are measuring is flat and horizontal.
That's correct. Like, as per the scales and the horizontal Euclidean distances that we use to derive things like network distances, if they weren't flat, horizontal, linear, as the crow flies, straight line distances, then we couldn't use the formulas that are being paid for by things like air ambulance services when they employ ArcGIS to derive these formulas that are fundamentally and foundationally reliant on the measurements being flat, horizontal, and linear. They're charging for these equations for network distance when they charge ranger stations, electricity substations, air ambulances for this information. And the information is a calculated formula that, I'll say it again for the 8th time, relies upon Earth being measured flat with linear horizontal distance measurements, Euclidean straight line distances that are measured for all maps. Earth is measured flat in miles?
Because it uses miles to measure, because that was a little confusing. It's kind of like you were agreeing with me at the start, and then you didn't at the end. I'm asking you, you understand, right, that because something is measured in kilometers or miles, it doesn't mean the thing you are measuring must therefore be straight and horizontal.
It does. The derivative vertical deviations are ascribed to that horizontal distance. If it wasn't straight and horizontal, you couldn't derive vertical changes from it. It must be flat, or you couldn't derive hills and valley deviation in the vertical from it. Axiomatically, it's required to be horizontal, or you couldn't derive vertical drop from it. That's hills and valleys derived from the vertical with respect to the horizontal measured mile. That's a slope, like a hill. Yeah, you need horizontal distances to be axiomatically horizontal, fundamentally cementing them foundationally in flatness, or you couldn't derive vertical drop from them. You are an idiot.
Bro, you're just saying the same thing over and over again. It's like a monologue right now.
Even what we were talking about.
What about the flat miles in measured values that we derive vertical drop from? Yeah, axiomatically, rise over run wouldn't work.
Mate,
unless
please stop repeating yourself. Boring.
If they weren't horizontal, we couldn't derive vertical drop from them. That's a fact. Earth's measured flat in horizontal miles.
We weren't talking about vertical drop.
I am. I just did like 10 seconds ago. The reason I brought it up was because ArcGIS specifically mentioned that when they're deriving as the crow flies straight Euclidean distances, they don't account for the, quote, ups and downs that are measured in the vertical with respect to these horizontal measurements of Earth's flat surface in horizontal linear miles or kilometres. The straight line Euclidean as the crow flies distance is just simply a horizontal, flat, only distance measurement. And if it wasn't, then we couldn't derive the ups and downs from it. That's the verticality that I am very specifically talking about, to prove beyond all doubt that this measurement, this gentleman says, well, it doesn't have to be straight because it's measured straight in horizontal straight miles. Yeah, it does, or we couldn't derive drop from it.
Bro, we know. You've said about 50 times. Can you talk about something else now, please?
Can you come and suck on my bollocks? Involved in this discussion. While I ram horizontal fucking distance up his arse, you can tell me that I've told him multiple times how flat Earth gets measured and that we can change the subject.
You keep telling us. It's boring now, mate.
Can you shut the fuck up while other people talk about how flat Earth is measured in miles and how we can only have flat distance measurements or we couldn't derive drop from them? You're going to tell me I've said it too many times? What, how flat Earth gets measured? Is it painful while I ram it up this idiot who's got no response?
I can't hear you. Could you shout a bit louder, please?
Shut up, you stupid retard. You're not part of this discussion. I'm ramming horizontal linear mile measurements that Earth's measured with up this other guy's asshole while you tell me I'm repeating myself. What, as I win? Yeah, I'll repeat myself. Earth's measured flat in horizontal miles.
You can't win this because nobody has time to reply. You're just screaming. You're not winning anything because whatever anybody says to you, you just scream back louder. Like there's nothing to win. It's a monologue, mate.
Fantastic rebuttal. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with horizontal miles. Surveyors survey Earth with rise over run. The rise is the vertical deviation. The run is the horizontal, linear, flat Earth measured mile or kilometre that is axiomatically required to be a flat Earth only measurement, measured with respect to Earth's flat planar surface for us to describe any deviation in the vertical from it. So Earth can only be measured flat in horizontal miles. The dickhead, the idiot, the wanker that's been talking to me, repeating the same shit that, nuh-uh, just because it's a flat horizontal linear mile, doesn't mean it's flat. Yeah, it does, you dumbo.
How many other planets are flat?
Wait, are we hearing something else, Berg, about something unrelated? We're talking about horizontal mile measurements of Earth's flat surface.
I'm just wondering how many other planets are flat.
Just someone else while we talk to the guy that's lost about how incorrect he was when he said they don't have to be flat. He's wrong, and I'm going to get his...
But in all seriousness, how many other planets are flat?
I'll shut you up if you don't shut yourself up. Shut up. I won't tell you again. Dude who was telling me they don't have to be flat distances. You guys not going to save you. We're going to need a concession, my friend, how wrong you were. You said they don't have to be flat. I've pointed out how they have to be flat or we couldn't derive vertical drop from them. So you're wrong when you say they don't have to be flat. Yes, they do, you stupid clown.
Okay, so I'm happy to move on to that argument because we're not getting on the first one. If
there is an argument. You said they don't have to be horizontal and flat. Yeah, they do.
Right.
You just don't seem to want to concede how wrong you were, you pathetic little scrote.
It's a different argument you're giving right now. You're saying they have to be flat because we can derive vertical measurements from them.
This is not
because they're measured in miles and kilometers. The reasoning is what I was picking at.
The reasoning is because you're going to derive vertical drop from them. They can only be horizontal by axiomatic principality. For vertical to be derived from it, perpendicular to the plane you're measuring in miles, it can only, 9th time, be a flat, linear mile measurement, or you couldn't derive the drop from it. You said just because it's measured in miles doesn't mean it has to be flat. You were, what's the word again? Wrong!
Right, so I'm happy to move on to this new argument, and that's fine.
Well, I'll move on to see how wrong you were.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But I wasn't.
Don't blaspheme at me,
the other
fucking
argument.
wanker. Do not blaspheme at me. How fucking dare you? Don't use the word of Jesus in vain just because you've lost and you're wrong. Don't need to use the word of God just because you're wrong. Shut up, chastising for your blasphemy.
The argument.
What? It's a horizontal mile measurement that you said it didn't have to be, and it could be a racetrack value. No, you are just wrong.
You said it's straight and horizontal because it's measured in miles and kilometers. Now you're saying it's flat and horizontal because it has to be in order to derive slope. Those are two different arguments. You never won on the last one, so I'm not considering the last one.
I heard you the first 4 times. This is not an argument. It's a measurement. Why does it have to be horizontal? Well, because we couldn't derive the vertical drop from it 5th time.
Right, which is not what you said before. So I'm happy to move on to this new argument. That's fine.
Which bit's right?
That you said it 5 times. I understand that. I heard you all 5 times.
We're measuring Earth flat in horizontal miles, as per the scale on maps, as per ArcGIS as a reference, the Euclidean straight line distance, end quote. Those are the ArcGIS words used to describe the measurement of Earth's surface in miles. The, quote, straight line Euclidean distance. They then qualify what that means. As the crow flies, as an aeroplane or bird flew across the surface without accounting for the topographical deviations. That is how Earth is measured in miles. Why? Well, because when you're calculating network distance, you're going to derive topographical deviation in the vertical. And I'll say it again for the 10th time. The horizontal only straight line measured distance of Earth's surface. You're wrong.
So would you say then that it's more accurate, your claim would be more accurately represented as the Earth must be flat to take certain measurements off it than to say the Earth is measured flat?
No, we take measurements from Earth's surface, planar and flat. The miles we measure of Earth are flat Earth linear horizontal miles. So to say Earth's measured flat is to affirm how we measure Earth in miles. Flat, horizontal, linear. Why? Well, so we can derive linear drop from the mile that's horizontal. Like I've told you 11 times. Your rebuttal was, no, we can measure racetracks. I say, well, no, we've got map scales. I then give you a specific list of things that are deriving vertical drop from the horizontal measured mile. That would be electricity substations, ranger stations, and air ambulances. These are what ArcGIS charge for. And what are they charging for? They're calculations of network distance that derive their values from, and I say it for the 12th time, the only measurements of distance available that are ipso facto flat Earth miles. They are horizontal and can only be horizontal because linear drop is derived perpendicular from those values. You said just because it's measured in miles doesn't mean it has to be flat. You are fundamentally wrong and have failed to concede it on 13 separate occasions.
Well, you haven't demonstrated it. So it sounds like you're saying, well, firstly, you understand, I assume, the difference between measuring something and measuring from something, correct? Or do you not understand that
measuring from a surface in linear miles. That's what mapping is. Mapping is measuring Earth.
Sorry, measuring from the surface or measuring the surface?
Of course, measuring from the surface. They're measuring Earth in linear miles. You think when they're mapping Earth, they're not mapping the frickin' surface? What are you, a Dumbo?
You said the same. You said two different things as though they were the same.
You little bitch. Earth's measured flat. It's 14 times that you've been wrong. Why aren't you conceding how wrong you were? You said it doesn't have to be flat. Yeah, it does, or we couldn't derive drop from it. Hello? 15 times.
But you're still talking about measuring from something, right? You're talking about the necessity of the Earth to be flat, not it being measured flat.
Yeah, from Earth's surface. We're talking about mapping.
Mm-hmm. So we're measuring from the Earth. We're not measuring the Earth.
But when we measure from Earth's surface, we're measuring it flat in linear miles 16 times.
How does that work?
How does surveying work?
No. How does it work that you measure from something and thereby you're measuring the thing itself?
Right. Why is it that when we measure it? This is the dumbest line of questioning ever. Rather than concede,
not what I asked you.
Your assertion is that just because we measure it flat doesn't mean it's flat. You're asking me why when we measure a surface it means we're measuring the surface. This is an idiotic line of questioning. I'm done. Idiot.
I measured my his room today. From his room, I measured the surface. What are you not getting?
If I tell you that I measured 6 feet
I don't think he's getting
my car, do you know how large my front door or my car are?
No, he's got an issue with Nathan saying measured flat. And you said you measured from the surface, and now you're saying you're measuring you are measuring the surface. Yes.
Correct.
Measuring the surface of Earth. From where? From Earth.
Yeah, with horizontal linear models. Yeah, like on the maps. When they've measured Earth's surface, they give you maps as a result of those measurements. And the scales on them are horizontal. Any deviations in the vertical are with respect to perpendicularity, with respect to that measured distance. I've said it. I think it's 17 times.
I know how many times you've said it. You've been wrong every time. You don't seem to understand the difference between measuring from something and that requiring something to be a certain way and measuring the thing to be that certain way. Those are not the same thing.
I see. So have you got a value that's used in surveying that is something other than horizontal miles? Can you give me a value? And once you've given me that value that's not horizontal linear and flat miles, explain when it's not a horizontal linear flat value, how we'll derive perpendicular drop from it for measuring Earth and its topographical deviations. Go.
Are we changing something? Sure, I'll do that. I guess we're abandoning the previous things. So level, for example, would not necessarily be flat and horizontal, and you could still derive vertical drop, you could still derive a slope, you could still derive deviation from it, even though it's not flat and horizontal.
If it's not flat, you can't derive drop from it. Drop is a vertical deviation.
Yeah.
Just wrong. So you're wrong. So if you suggest, as you've just done, that it can be non-flat and derive perpendicular drop from it, you are incorrect fundamentally. You've violated an axiom. The axiom you violated is called perpendicularity. You violated it with your last statement, you stupid man. Meanwhile, to derive vertical drop, you require an axiom of horizontality. When we derive measured drop for hills and valleys, they are measured with respect to a plane, sea level. The sea level is what you have as a master reference, and all distances are measured in the horizontal. That's what distances are. as per every single map scale ever measured ever. 18 times.
Why could you not have a level surface being curved and measure, for example, the elevation of a mountain range on top of that?
Because those two things are fundamentally in opposition to each other. If it's level, it's not curved. To be curved is to describe a deviation in the vertical from horizontal. A curve is a deviation from horizontal, requiring the axiom of horizontal remain true. So if you're going to describe how high a mountain is, you're describing its perpendicular altitude from sea level. What does perpendicular mean? Oh, at 90 degrees to the horizontal plane of reference at sea level. So fundamentally and axiomatically, distance measurements are flat and linear in every single measurement of Earth ever.
Sorry, my question was, why can you not have deviation from a curve?
Yeah, because if you've got deviation from a curve, you'd require the horizontal to describe it from the second time I've said it. The curve is a deviation in the vertical. Deviation from what? From the horizontal. So we'd require a horizontal then. Yeah, if we're going to describe a curve. For example, you might say 8 inches per mile squared, which would require a mile be horizontal for you to describe a squared function from it. You can't square it if it's not horizontal and linear. If it's already curving, you can't describe a squared function from it. So to have 8 inches per mile, then the mile must be horizontal. 19 times.
So what if we don't need to know how much the curve is curving? Why can't we just have a deviation from a known not horizontal, not straight thing, and just have that be the reference thing, the baseline?
You can't describe. I've just told you this 3 times, you dumbass.
You didn't answer my question.
Describe a deviation. Hello, I'm answering you. It's the 3rd time you've asked. You don't have to just chat skank through my 3rd repetition of the exact same freaking answer. To describe a deviation in the vertical, you require the axiom of horizontal to be perpendicular to describe the drop with respect to. That's to say, a drop in the vertical with respect to a horizontal distance is the description of a curve. So if you say, why can't I describe it from a curve in the first instance? Well, how would you describe the curve? Oh, well, with an axiomatic horizontal that I'd start with. Yeah, this is the problem you guys find. In order to have a curve, you first require a principle hold true via an axiom of horizontality. Without that horizontality, you can't describe a deviation in the vertical from it. That's a curve. So you're just saying, well, I just start with a curve. No, you'd have to describe it from a horizontal first. You dumbass. That's the 3rd time I've said the same thing.
Yeah, but you're just wrong. I mean, you're just saying that. There's no proof that there's no reason for that. You can have any surface, an irregular surface, not even a regular curve. On an irregular surface, you can have something above that, which you can measure its deviation from that irregular surface and get the same result without having to derive how much that irregular surface is irregular from a horizontal.
Oh, so we need a freaking horizontal then, you dumbass.
I'm just telling you, you don't. I don't know what
we
you
need
heard me
horizontal to describe how irregular the land is. How irregular it is. Fine. Yeah, finally, after 20 freaking times.
Why? Why do we need to know how irregular that thing is to know how irregular something is compared to the first irregular thing? We don't need to know how irregular the first thing is. We don't need that that bottom horizontal.
To measure it. Well, then don't measure it then.
Okay, so we can then, right? You agree.
If we do measure it, though, we'll be measuring it from a horizontal plane of reference. For example, sea level. Any elevation change described on Earth's surface ever is described from that horizontal plane of reference. Verticality in linear height is described with an axiom that's perpendicularity from sea level.
So you agree with me then? We don't need to measure that
from sea level. Yeah, it is.
No, you said if we measure it, but we don't have to measure it, right? So we can get deviation off an irregular surface.
We have. We've surveyed every inch of Earth. You can say if, like, we have some bearing on this. You're not doing this and I'm not doing this. But Earth has been measured.
You said if.
Yeah, it's measured with respect to a horizontal plane of reference at sea level. Any altitude measurements are perpendicular by axiom. Therefore, we require a horizontal plane of reference to describe all verticals with respect to. It's called sea level. Earth's measured flat.
Which you just axiomatically claim is horizontal. But you've not really supported that in any way, shape, or form.
But you don't think sea level supports that? Okay, you can reject sea level. Feel free.
I don't reject sea level. I reject your classifying it as absolutely necessarily flat and horizontal.
Yeah, that's how miles are measured, and all vertical altitudes are with respect to that plane of reference, with horizontal distances to describe the variation in the vertical or the drop. That's to say, if we measure a hill, we measure how much drop with respect to how much horizontal distance. That's the only way Earth gets measured. It's called rise over run, 20th time.
So we're back to the beginning now.
That's how Earth's measured. There isn't another way to measure it.
You know, both your Ordnance Survey and your GIS say the Earth is a globe. So good job, Nathan.
No, it describes horizontal linear distances, Euclidean.
It does, but it also says that the shape of the Earth is a globe. Good job, Nathan.
You can convert Earth's flat measurements into sphericity. For example, you can derive a radial value for an equatorial plane. You can wrap the longitude systems around that plane. But Earth is still measured as a plane to create the spherical system you're now appealing to, the ArcGIS reference. After converting a floating Cartesian system that's measured with respect to a plane into a spherical system with you at the centre of it with latitude and longitude measurements with respect to the equatorial plane. You can derive a sphere from these flat Earth measurements, but axiomatically they must be flat Earth and linear. Like earlier, the 12th attempt, I explained that the linear distance in radial value for your equatorial plane is also with respect to a flat Earth measurement. So the sphericity this white knight's now appealing to, this sphericity the white knight's appealing to that ArcGIS mentioned is also derived from flat Earth linear measurements of a plane. This diagrammatical example above my head for my live audience is the ArcGIS derived equatorial and extended celestial plane with Earth as a giant protractor. That's what they think the globe is, wrapped around the equatorial plane with you at its centre. That is to say, the radial value at 3959 gives you this equatorial plane measured from a flat Earth, a horizontal linear mile measurement value.
So why do they say Earth is a globe then?
I've just why male models? I literally just explained it 10 seconds ago. With the equatorial radial value measured with elevation angles to Polaris for the latitude system and the sun for the longitude system gives you at vernal equinox an equatorial and extended celestial plane with the arc of the protractor used for the Polaris measurement measured from a flat plane wrapped around you with you in the center of the ball. That's the second time I've said it within 35 seconds. Earth's measured flat, ladies and gentlemen. In order to have a ball to spurg out through the top of two other men talking, you'd need to measure Earth flat with horizontal linear miles to derive that radial value, to give you an equatorial plane, to put you inside an imaginary ball with an arc of a protractor measured with Polaris wrapped around you, as diagrammatically exampled on screen for my live audience. Earth is measured flat for this Dumbo's ball belief that he just appealed to.
Well, now I'm confused again. Are you saying that the Earth is measured flat, or the Earth must be flat to be measured?
Both. Earth is measured flat, and Earth must be flat to be measured. To create a ball, the guy appealed to the ArcGIS conversion of a floating Cartesian system into a spherical system by way of latitude and longitude on your ball. For that to function, the latitude and longitude system wrap around you from a centre point. It's the third time I've said it. Like this diagrammatical example on screen, which works from the centre point of an equatorial plane measured with straight linear miles for a radius value. The ones that we could sit here 22 times arguing about whether or not miles are straight and linear and horizontal when measured? They definitely are, if they're not the ball face that we'd have to be in rather than on, would fail miserably. Here's another diagrammatical example of the equatorial measured flat plane with terminating elevation angles at its center point and an extended celestial plane that we measure with elevation angles flat, like all Earth measurements, so we can wrap this ball around us. Now, we're not in a ball like diagrammatically exampled here, but idiots in Discord servers think they're on this ball that we measure from within. Nobody's inside a ball, but we do definitely measure Earth flat to create it. Just so we're all clear, Earth is measured flat with horizontal linear mile measurements, 22 times.
So every time I've asked you how the Earth is measured flat, you give me why the Earth must be flat to be measured. Can you tell me why the Earth is, or how, or either one really, why or how the Earth is measured flat without giving me just the Earth must be flat to be measured?
Yeah, that's how it is measured.
Okay, that's how it must be flat to be measured. So I don't think you understand the distinction.
To be measured in horizontal linear miles. That's correct. Earth must be flat to be measured
so
in
it's not
miles.
measured flat then.
It is measured in miles. The miles it is measured in are flat and linear. The sphere belief that's derived from those flat horizontal linear miles are the only derivable value to give you a sphere to be within. Ergo, Earth is being measured and can only be measured flat with horizontal linear miles. That's correct.
So again, the units we use to measure things aren't straight or curved, they're just units, they're conceptual. The thing you are measuring does not need to be straight and horizontal in order to apply those units to it. I think I made that point very clear. Again, you're telling me that the Earth must be flat to be measured, you're not telling me how it was measured flat.
I'm agreeing with you. Yes, we can have topographical deviations from the horizontal linear mile measurements. We do measure hills to the millimeter accuracy. We survey Earth. How do we survey the hills? That's the undulations of the land that doesn't have to be perfectly flat. Oh, we measure them with respect to the horizontal linear mile measurements of Earth's surface. So we can have millimeter accuracy of vertical deviation. It's axiomatically tied to the measurements of flat linear miles, so that the uneven terrain of hills and valleys can be measured with an axiom of perpendicularity. Perpendicular to what? 23 times. The horizontal flat Earth miles we measure. Earth's measured flat.
So going forward, and I guess that gives me my answer, but what I was going to ask, going forward, are you then going to say that the Earth necessitates must be flat in order to be measured, or are you continuing to stop the at best misleading, at worst dishonest claim that the Earth is measured to be flat?
Both. We measure Earth as a horizontal plane of reference with sea level. That's Earth being utilized and described with a plane of reference called sea level. Level being no part higher or lower than any other part. That's averaged from the sea, otherwise known as sea level or mean sea level. That's a plane that we use. All of the horizontal distances are horizontal and measured in miles. That's 23 times.
Okay, measured flat, Nathan. He doesn't
it's
like
measured,
it.
It is measured flat, Neil. That's exactly how it's measured, in horizontal miles, like on the scale of any map ever.
I think we just established that.
I think we've just established in 24 repetitions that you're a complete scumbag and you can't concede when you're wrong. You suggested that Earth could be measured like it was a racetrack. I put to you that no, if it was measured like a racetrack, we couldn't derive drop in the vertical for the millimeter accuracy. We've measured the undulations of the topographical deviations of Earth's surface in the vertical with respect to the horizontal linear mile we measured that has a master reference called sea level. Earth's still just being measured flat, and it's flat to be measured. We measure it flat. It's measured from a flat plane of reference. I don't know how else you want me to phrase it. It doesn't matter which way round I phrase it. It's still just a flat linear horizontal mile that we measure all of Earth's surface with, without exception. There aren't any other measurements of Earth other than the horizontal linear mile measurements on maps. And anything to do with Earth's topographical deviations are with respect to the horizontal miles that are measured in linear distances. There aren't any other measurements.
Earth is measured flat.
Yes, Earth is just measured flat 25 times.
I mean, I think I addressed all those, so yeah, that's fine.
You think you did?
Right,
did you give me something other than a horizontal linear mile measurement? What other scale do we have on a map other than the horizontal flat one? Go.
Again, because the mile is itself straight, which is itself arguable, doesn't mean the thing you're measuring is straight. And secondly, I addressed that whole thing by saying that you can measure one irregular surface off another irregular surface, which you seem to agree with, and then said, if you measure that first irregular surface, blah, 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 blah. So you didn't actually say any reason why that shouldn't be the case.
It didn't answer my question. My question, which map doesn't have a horizontal linear distance ascribed to it? Give me a map that has an irregular scale, please. Go.
There are none, and nobody claimed there were. I'm saying because something is straight.
There's other ways to measure.
Because
you can measure from irregular surfaces.
Doesn't mean the thing that you're measuring is necessarily horizontal.
25 freaking seconds ago that you can measure from irregular surfaces. I say, okay, so give me an example where we've got a scale with an irregular surface. There isn't any. There's only horizontal linear scales.
That's not what it means to measure off an irregular surface.
Right, give me an example of where we've got that then. Where's an irregular surface scale on a map? Third time.
You don't need an irregular scale to measure an irregular surface. What are you talking about?
So we have measured Earth, though, for maps. You say we don't have to. You're not doing this. You haven't produced any maps. The maps that have been produced, not by you, aren't being shown with irregular scales. The only values that are ascribed to distances are horizontal linear distances. Not, well, we could measure it with irregular distance. No, nobody's doing that. No map's got an irregular scale. The only values that are utilizing Earth measurements are the horizontal linear mile measurements, as per the horizontal linear scales on all maps. You saying, well, we could use irregular. Okay, give me an example then. Oh, you haven't got any? Yeah, I know. In 26 times me pointing out how flat and linear Earth's measured in miles, you've suggested we don't have to measure it flat. Okay, give me an example of where we didn't.
You're the only person that mentioned irregular scales. I never said anything about irregular scales.
Right, you said we can measure from irregular surfaces. Okay, do you want to show me an example where that resulted in anything other than a horizontal linear mile measurement on a map?
No.
Yeah, that's because there aren't any. The only values on maps are horizontal linear flat Earth mile measurements because that's all we've got.
You keep bringing it back to math, but in principle, you can do it, right? Mathematically speaking, because your whole argument is a mathematical one. It's not about math.
It just keeps asserting round and round we go. We could. Okay, show me where it's done. Oh, we don't. Yeah, I know we don't. Your baseless assertion is that we could. Okay, give me an example where we did, and it's useful for a map. That's a measurement of Earth. Because we're measuring Earth.
In principle. Sure. In principle, mathematically, we can measure one irregular surface deviating from another irregular surface.
You're not doing this. Maps have already been made. You didn't make them. In principle, yeah, I can principally measure Earth as a roast chicken in principle. Doesn't mean it is. Meanwhile, we do have maps with horizontal linear distance measurements on them.
But you agree we can measure one irregular surface off another irregular surface, right?
Yes, we can measure hills and valleys. The way we measure them is with something called rise over run. The run is a horizontal linear mile measurement, and the rise is the verticality derived from the principle in axiom of perpendicularity. Perpendicular to the horizontal mile measurements of Earth's surface in all circumstances. Earth is measured flat to measure how irregular the surface is. 27
Why can't you understand that?
I do understand it, but his argument then is that the Earth must be flat to be measured if you want to measure deviation off it. It's not, as he continued to say earlier. You realize he made three separate arguments, right? One of them is that the Earth is flat and horizontal because it's measured in kilometers and miles. He ran away from that one. The other one is that it must be flat, and he keeps denying that going forward because he knows that's his actual argument. And the other one is that it's measured flat.
You keep saying it's an argument. These are measurements. The maps are produced from measurements, not arguments, you stupid man.
The maps are not your arguments. Your arguments are why the Earth must be flat.
Maps have got measurements that produce them, not arguments. It's not my argument that maps have got flat measurements on them. They have.
That is your argument.
No, maps aren't an argument. Nobody's out with a compass orienteering going, is this my argument? Or do they just measure the distance based on the scale? Nobody's having an argument about what a map scale is. It's not an argument, it's a measurement.
Are you yelling at your maps, Nathan?
No, nobody's arguing with a map scale. This man's an idiot. He thinks that a map scale measured with horizontal linear distances is an argument. He's a moron.
Yeah, that's not.
Moron, maps aren't arguments, you dumbass. They're measurements.
It's hard to have a conversation with you when you're not actually tracking the conversation.
Right, you said that we've got an argument? No, map scales aren't arguments. Fourth time.
I didn't say that was your argument.
Yeah, you did, explicitly about 35 seconds ago. We all heard you. It's being broadcast to a live audience, you stupid idiot. We heard you.
You heard me because you were talking through.
Your argument is, and then you described how measuring Earth flat isn't necessarily flat measurements. That's your argument. Actually just a nutter to actual Earth measurements.
Well, you're not very clear about what you mean by measuring something flat.
Oh,
again, you say in one instance that you're measuring something.
Measuring. When I say flat, I mean horizontal and linear. When I give you a type of measurement, it's miles. So to conclude and summarise, they surveyed, that's measured. Earth, that's the ground. With flat, linear, horizontal miles. The result is the measurement shown on maps. I hope that's clear. It's the 30th time I've gone through it with you.
I mean, the measurements shown on maps show that the Earth is a globe, so I don't know if that really helps you.
No,
but again,
map.
That's not really your argument.
Have you never used a map? This man's a moron. No map is globe-shaped. It wouldn't work with azimuth if they were.
All of them are.
No map has ever been laid out globe-shaped. Mapping tables are not curved. Scales are not curved. Maps are flat. They have to be, or they won't work with azimuth. Second time.
So you realize, of course, that all of those distances, right, if you resolve them, the distances between latitudes, for example, the ones that they're shown on a map,
measurement of elevation angle from surface level.
If you resolve them to be the distances that they say they are, the people you claim have measured here,
you're slapping one flat Earth measurement out of my hand with another flat Earth measurement. Latitude's a flat Earth measurement.
Except they result to a globe.
No, measuring an angle from surface level for a degree, that's latitude, is only ever capable of measurement from a flat plane. It's an angle from a flat plane.
That's your argument.
Right.
Okay, good. We've resolved it.
One flat Earth horizontal linear measurement
flat
and try and slap it out with a flat Earth angle measurement from surface level. You're appealing to latitude. That's another flat Earth measurement.
So what you're saying is that the Earth must be flat to be measured, but then you say, look at a map. And when I look at a map, those measurements, if I take, for example, the distance between two latitudes at the southern hemisphere, those all result, the measurements that they gave us, all reserve.
I said it twice, he didn't address it in any way. Now he's appealing to it. Southern, that's a horizontal direction. Latitude, that's a horizontal angle in the vertical, perpendicular. The degree is from a plane. So you keep appealing to the direction, southern, that's flat, and the altitude angle, that's from a plane.
Is it though?
Yeah. You're talking about altitude angle. Altitude means from the surface. Angle means two straight lines. To form a degree, you have a 0 for the baseline. You point the other line at Polaris, that's an altitude angle. It is ipso facto a flat Earth only measurement that you're now appealing to. You also said southern. Southern, you mean a horizontal degree from north, 180 degrees from north in the horizontal. You keep appealing to other flat Earth measurements to say that distance isn't horizontal and linear. It is. You haven't no way in the 31 times I've pointed this out to you got around the fact that horizontality is the only form of Earth measurement for distance. Secondly, you've said, well, when I measure latitude, what if a flat plane in a degree? For a southern direction, what, a horizontal degree from north?
So are east and west straight?
East and west are flat Earth horizontal degrees from north. That's azimuth.
So if I keep walking east, do I get to the same place?
Hello? You've just described a horizontal degree from north if you describe east or west. They are, ipso facto, only capable of describing them in the horizontal.
So you claim. If I keep going east, do I get to the same place? Do I come back around?
It's not my freaking claim. It's how a compass works.
If I keep going east, do I get back to the same place?
East is a flat Earth direction. It's a horizontal degree from north. Fourth time.
Fifth time I'm asking the question. If I keep going east, do I get back to the same
horizontal degree
place?
from north. It's only capable of describing it in the horizontal. Then
Verify to this question. If I keep going east, do I come back to the same place I started?
Direction from north. East and west are degrees from north in the horizontal.
If I take a compass and follow a bearing east, due east, do I come back to where I started from?
That's east, you dumb shit. You're asking me about a flat Earth direction, you dumb shit.
And you're not answering the question.
Point east for me.
The other week.
Retard. Point fucking east for me. Are you pointing anything other than a horizontal direction? That's east. It's flat.
And do I come back to the same place?
Why are you asking me this? You're asking me about what we do with a horizontal only. That's a flat Earth only direction.
And you're not answering.
Right, about the flat Earth direction? No, you're ignoring our flat. What you want to do is ask me about a horizontal degree from north and put it into question form. So what, we whistle straight past the horizontal direction from north and then start answering questions? No, in order to have this question, we need a horizontal degree from north, don't we?
Is the equator a circle?
Notice how he's ignoring me, ladies and gentlemen. Completely
You're
ignoring
me. I've asked you 10 times this question. You won't answer. Why are you not answering the question?
Includes a horizontal degree from north. You've just not acknowledged how flat Earth is being measured with a horizontal degree from north.
Because it doesn't work if you answer a very simple question.
No, we don't have horizontal degrees. Are you relinquishing east then? Feel free, dumbass. You can relinquish your east if you like.
Is the equator a circle?
Why are you asking me something? We're not moving on until you acknowledge how flat Earth is being measured in this degree from north.
It's not.
You want to relinquish your compass measurements then? You don't like your level compass with horizontal degrees then? You don't want to use it now? It's flat Earth measurement.
My whole example started with you following a compass bearing. I'm fine with compasses. Why won't you answer my question? Is the equator a circle?
Why are you asking me a question? I put it to him that he's asking me about a horizontal degree and we get a new question. Why? Because he's using...
This was the original question. You tried running away from a whole bunch of different things.
No, you said degrees from north. You asked me about east and west. Those are horizontal degrees from north, though. They only work on a flat plane.
And do they become a circle? If you keep going east,
what, as in
back to where you started.
And circular? Sorry, we're talking about a horizontal degree from north. How azimuth works is a horizontal degree from an absolute direction. It's a horizontal degree, though. It's flat.
Is it a circle, Nathan?
A flat circle, as in with no curves and two-dimensional. Your compass is circular. North is the only absolute direction. East and west are a degree from that absolute direction. Let me say it again for the 7th time. In the horizontal. It's a flat Earth orientation. When you describe azimuth, that's degrees from north, east and west, end quote you. They're flat only directions. 8 times.
So you agree then it's a flat circle?
Right, Earth's measured flat with horizontal degrees of azimuth. That's correct. Welcome to flat Earth. Yeah, that's correct. So your compass is circular. You have to level this tool to a plane of reference, and the directions it spits out, that would be the horizontal degrees from north, are flat and planar and two-dimensional. Yes, Earth's measured flat with the compass and horizontal degrees of azimuth. Yeah, these are flat Earth only orientational, utilizable directionalities that we use planar with flat maps and flat directions. Yeah, Earth's measured flat with a compass.
Awesome. So at any point, is north-south perpendicular to
in
east-west?
conclusion, Earth is measured flat with horizontal degrees from north and flat Earth linear distances. That's awesome. That's correct. Yeah, awesome how Earth is only ever capable of being described with these flat Earth measurements that you guys have whistled past for 10 years. Awesome, you say? Yeah, awesome how flat Earth is being measured.
That's awesome that you admitted that it's a flat circle. It was like pulling teeth. It was about time. So is north-south perpendicular to east-west?
Yeah, that's correct. Flat.
So north-south is perpendicular to east-west, correct?
Right, no, they're horizontal degrees. You don't know how azimuth works. We've only got one absolute direction. Meanwhile, these are flat, planar, only directions.
So is that a no? North-south is not perpendicular.
Right, is that you conceding to our flat? You're asking me about things? You're asking me about a horizontal system. On screen now for my audience. This is north, south, east and west described on a plane, on a circle, horizontal only. It's the only way this system works. It's a planar description of directions. Flat. It's only ever capable of functioning with respect to a flat plane. That's what he's asking me about. This. It's flat. It's a flat Earth direction. 9 times.
But are they perpendicular, Nathan?
A perpendicular is only capable of being described planar. Perpendicularity is axiomatically tied to horizontality. Perpendicularity would be the axis that you describe the azimuth with. The degrees from north would rotate about a vertical axis, perpendicular to the plane you describe these directions with on a flat Earth only.
Well, if that's all true, you should have no problem answering yes to that question, that they are in fact perpendicular.
These directions you're appealing to? Yes, Earth's flat with these directions you're appealing to.
No. My question specifically was, and if all that you said is true, then you should have no problem answering, is north-south perpendicular to east-west?
North and south are degrees from an absolute direction. The only absolute direction, I have already answered this, is north.
You haven't.
I just answered you for the same way I answered last time. Degrees from north are the description of azimuth. The only absolute direction is north. The derivative values, that's south, east, and west, are described with degrees from north. Third time. Meanwhile, all of these directionalities, as detailed in this diagrammatical example, can only be planar. They're flat Earth directions.
So, firstly, you can have azimuthal measurements from anywhere. You don't have to be at the North Pole. Regardless, you haven't answered whether north-south are perpendicular to east-west.
It's a horizontal direction. To go north is to travel on a flat plane in a horizontal direction.
That's not what I said, but I'm still asking
that's what I'm
if north-south is perpendicular to east-west.
About traveling north. I heard you. So did my audience. Hear you describe north. That's a horizontal direction. I'm pointing north. It's horizontal.
And is that perpendicular to east?
No, the degree from north would be how you described east. When you describe perpendicularity on a compass, the compass doesn't have a needle pointing east. It's a degree, fourth time, from north. It's called azimuth. There's no east needle on a compass, you dumbass. This man is a retard. He doesn't know how a compass works.
Would that happen to be 90 degrees, that angle?
If it happens to be on a flat plane, we're still asking about questions that revolve around an axis that's perpendicular to a plane for north, south, east, and west. North, south, east, and west are only capable of being described on a flat Earth.
And I'm going to keep asking you questions until you grow up there and actually answer.
Maybe we should ask him. Do you think north is up?
You're asking me questions now? You haven't answered mine.
Yeah, I am. Given that you've put to me that we don't have, racetrack scales on maps? No, we only have horizontal linear maps. I went through it 31 times with you without any concession or acknowledgement. You just kept going, nuh-uh. And then you've moved on from not acknowledging our flat and linear distances to azimuthal directionality from north. That's a planar description of directions. So Earth can only be flat for your directions you're appealing to.
And would those be 90 degrees?
What, 90 degrees from north? What, west?
Thank you. Wow. It's like pulling teeth. So west is 90 degrees from north, correct? You agree?
On a flat plane, when you describe azimuthal degrees from north, 90 being the degree, west being the convention, yeah, that's a planar measurement, my friend. Horizontal only. It's a planar, flat Earth measurement.
So longitude bisects latitude at 90 degrees,
not acknowledging me. He just congratulated me for acknowledging what I asked. 90 degrees, you say? What, like a horizontal azimuthal degree from north? Yeah, that's a flat planar horizontal degree you've just described that only works on a flat Earth. I'm seeking affirmation that you understand that you're asking me about measurements that only work on a flat Earth.
Because they don't. And you're trying to red herring away from my questions because you know exactly where I'm going with this line of questioning.
According to this man, I'm giving you horizontal degrees as per the definition of azimuth. What a wanker. No, a horizontal degree from north is horizontal, my friend. It's a flat Earth planar only description. You're an idiot.
I'm not disagreeing with the horizontal part, it's the rest of it.
Yeah, it's a horizontal degree from north that we describe when we give directionalities ascribed to the compass. That's north with the degree from north, otherwise known as horizontal azimuth. It's planar. We're flat when we do it. Here's a diagrammatical example of exactly that. Or go and buy a compass and hold it when you level it. You'll have north on it, and then you can describe degrees in the horizontal from that north pointing compass needle. That's a horizontal planar directionality system that only works on a flat Earth. That's why you level the compass.
So latitude bisects longitude at 90 degrees, right?
Latitude's a measurement from a plane of a 0 degree baseline for an angle to Polaris. The measurement, I pointed this out earlier and you completely ignored me, is a degree. If you're describing the time system for the sun, then you're measuring azimuthal directionality of the sun averaged. That's what gives you longitude. So both systems require horizontal degrees from north and altitude angles from a 0 degree baseline. Both measurements are flat Earth only measurements.
I'm asking if longitude bisects latitude at 90 degrees.
In that system, at vernal equinox, on your model, inside the ball, on an equatorial plane, on one single day of the year it does, at vernal equinox. The rest of the system doesn't tie up. It's only at vernal equinox those two systems overlap. Did you know that?
I'm talking about at any point on the Earth. Anywhere you may happen to be
time
standing.
On the Earth. You're talking about a time-based system. Longitude's time.
It's a line on a map.
It's a time-based system that only matches inside the equatorial plane on a single day, vernal equinox, second time I've said it. I asked if he knew, he hasn't acknowledged if he knew that. One day is the only time that matches. One day.
The only issue is if it goes north-south.
It only matches at one day. It's still a horizontal degree from north. That's an azimuthal directionality ascribed to sun measurement and a flat Earth planar angle of Polaris. These are both flat Earth measurement systems.
And are they both perpendicular to each other?
Perpendicular being an axiomatic principle that only applies to a plane. That's sort of perpendicularity.
Are they?
At vernal equinox they are. They match one day of the year. It's the fourth time I've said it.
I mean, at any point on the Earth, north-south is going to be perpendicular to east-west. I don't know why you're reducing it to one.
Is it just me, or are we going around in the circles that we went through 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, we are going around in a circle because you refuse to answer simple questions.
Circles like a degree of azimuth when measuring the sun, that sort of circle. That's a flat planar measurement.
Or reframing my questions to go to wherever you want to go in the conversation.
No, we're going to the measurement. We're going to measure degrees from north for the azimuthal rotation of the sun to derive a system of time for longitude. Then we're going to be measuring Earth flat with azimuthal directionality averaged. If you're going to compare it and contrast it in a system that works with a perpendicularity to a measurement of a star called Polaris, then that only works at one point of time. And that's vernal equinox. That's the fifth time I've said it.
That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to establish whether north south bisects latitudes.
That's perpendicularity.
Okay, so that's perpendicularity. So you have the circle's latitude bisected by north-south.
We only have that on a flat plane.
Bisect at 90 degrees.
Is only afforded you on a flat plane.
So the left-right.
Oh, we've got a flat plane then.
So it doesn't matter that it's a circle; you could still get an angle off it.
Hello, we've got a flat plane then to be perpendicular to.
That wasn't my question.
No, it's what you phrased by prerequisite. Your question revolved around, no pun intended, having a flat plane to be perpendicular to.
Well, that's your claim, but by internal critique, I'm trying to show you how that runs into contradiction.
What the system is.
You're not allowing me to because you know exactly where I'm headed with this conversation.
And azimuthal directionality for time. That's what the system is.
Are they perpendicular, Nathan?
No. You're describing perpendicularity. By prerequisite, this only works planar. My God.
But it doesn't, right? If you can bisect a circle and still get 90 degrees, then even when you take it to the vertical, it doesn't work. Your whole idea breaks down.
Reject every ball measurement your religion relies upon then. No worries. Reject it. And you don't have any measurements for your ball to be in.
But
like this on screen. That would be azimuth and altitude. See this? Where it says right ascension and declination? Those are the measurements that create a ball that this man says he doesn't want to rely on. Then reject them. Then you don't have a ball anymore. To be inside with horizontal degrees from north and horizontal verticality at a 0 degree baseline in the vertical when you measure angles to stars like Polaris. If you want to reject these principles, then you haven't got a ball anymore to be in. Like this.
I'm trying to demonstrate to you how even in your system you can have an angle off of a curve.
There is no angle off
a curve. Because you know exactly that's where I'm going. Well, we just established that the equator is a circle, not a straight line.
The equatorial plane is a straight, flat plane that you measure angles from. It's just nobody's inside a ball measuring angles to Polaris. We do measure angles from a plane to Polaris, and if you're going to suggest that that's sphericity, then you'd be wrapping those angles from a plane, the equatorial plane, around you, with you inside a ball. Nobody's inside a globe to get angles from the equatorial plane. That's not possible.
I'm not talking about the equatorial plane. I'm talking about the equator.
I'm talking about your system that only works one day of the year at vernal equinox, with the perpendicularity that matches the azimuthal directionality derived into a time system with the latitude system derived from elevation angles to Polaris that you asked about, that function inside a ball at an equatorial flat plane for these angles and azimuth directionalities to match with the planar horizontal systems that create your ball.
The equator is a circle bisected by the meridian, and because north-south is perpendicular to east-west, that bisection is 90 degrees. You can therefore get angles off of a curve by your own
Nobody's inside a ball bisecting anything.
Nobody said they were.
You just said it when you described the equatorial plane. This.
I didn't.
You inside a ball. I say it again. Nobody's inside a bifurcated ball.
Nobody says they are.
You do. Your globe says you are. This diagram describes how measuring azimuth and altitude angles gives you a ball to stand in. It's called the equatorial plane. The center point would be how you describe latitude and longitude systems wrapped around you spherically from inside a ball that we can't be in.
So can you get an angle off a curve?
No. The angles that are described with sphericity belief are described from the equatorial flat plane. The angles are two straight lines, and when you describe them with a system of sphericity wrapped around you at a center point, then you're measuring these angles from a plane. Now, they're only ever measured from a plane, they're altitude angles, but that doesn't mean they're functional from in an equatorial plane. Nobody's bifurcating a sphere Earth to have these measurements that are altitude angles, meaning they're from surface level, from inside the ball on an equatorial plane. Your religion relies on flat Earth measurements of azimuth and altitude. Nobody's in a ball to represent them like you're on the plane of the equator. You can't be. That's just a fantasy derived from Roman Catholic mathematics.
But we can get an angle off the circle of the equator, right?
No, you can't. Nobody's in a ball on an equatorial. Is he deaf? You're not in a ball on an equatorial plane. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Nobody said they were.
We're not on a ball. We're not in a ball. We're on a plane, measuring angles from a plane. Now, the fact that when you describe them with a spherical system, you are describing mathematically being inside a ball that you call the globe. The reality being we're just measuring angles from a plane, they're called altitude angles, to things like Polaris, and we're measuring degrees in the horizontal called azimuth. From a plane! Your plane is inside your ball. We can't really be inside a ball, though. We are just measuring Earth flat from a plane.
But we can measure longitudes that bisecting the circle of the equator, and those are
Nobody's
angles.
bisecting anything, dumbass. Nobody's inside the ball when you go and measure time with the sun, you're not stepping inside a dumbass ball, you stupid clown. Nobody's bifurcating anything, dumbass.
Nobody's inside the ball. Nobody said they were.
It's just ignoring me, isn't he, Neil? When I point out that
no, you're not addressing what I'm talking about. Nobody said they were sitting inside a ball.
Of the elevation angle system with a sphere wrapped around you. He keeps appealing to being inside something that gets bifurcated. No, we can't be inside the ball on the equatorial plane, as is diagrammatically exampled on screen. Yeah, this right ascension declination and azimuth diagram with you in the ball is how it's measured. Nobody's actually inside anything, though. We just measure from surface level when we take these angle measurements to Polaris, or time measurements for the sun. That's how Earth's measured, flat, with azimuth and altitude. Now, you can describe that like you're in a ball that you keep appealing to, but we're not. Nobody's inside a ball for your dumbass measurements that suggest sphericity. That's just a glorified protractor.
You keep appealing to my appeal to a ball. I'm just talking about the equator, which is a circle, which you can get an angle from because the longitudes bisect it at 90 degrees. We can get angles.
Nobody's on an equatorial plane inside a ball. Do you understand?
Nobody said they were.
You just did, you stupid clown.
I didn't. I'm saying you can, from the equator, get an angle north-south, which is 90 degrees. The equator is a circle. You can get angles off circles. You can get angles from a curve. QED.
Equatorial planes in this instance. Yeah, that's a measurement from a plane. You call the equatorial plane if you think you're on a ball. But that equatorial plane is in a ball.
Nobody's talking about the equatorial plane except you.
You are. You appealed to it 4 different times in the last 3 minutes.
I did not. I'm talking about...
Yeah, you did. We were recording this and broadcasting it live. Everybody heard you. On the equator, you say? Yeah, that would be the derivation of something called the equatorial plane based on elevation angle minimums and a radius that's straight. The same radius we talked about earlier with linear miles that are straight and flat and horizontal to form the equatorial plane that these angles are with respect to. Inside a ball. It's just nobody's inside a ball. We're just measuring Earth planar with angles.
I'm talking about your system where everything's flat and the equator is circle and the meridian
on the equatorial plane. It's your dumbass ball, Faith, not mine.
I don't know who you're arguing with, but I didn't make any of those changes.
When you measure angles, they're from a planar surface. If you're going to describe them from a spherical point of view, you're in a ball describing them.
Nope, I'm talking about horizontally, azimuthal angles, right? North, south, east, west. I'm not talking about up and down. I'm just talking about left and right.
Left and right, up and down are all planar descriptions. That's left, that's right, that's up, perpendicular to left and right. These are all planar measurements that you're appealing to.
And if the equator is a circle, you can get angles off a curve.
The equator's not where we're measuring from. Nobody's inside the ball on the equatorial plane. I keep telling you. You keep appealing to being on the equator.
Inside the equatorial plane.
In a ball.
No ball, no equatorial plane. I'm just talking about any latitude.
Without the equator, you have no
equator,
ball.
not equator,
Meanwhile,
go
we
to 45
measure elevation angles. They're from a flat plane.
Which are all circular by your estimation. They are bisected by longitude and give you angles off of curves.
No, you can't get angles from a curve.
What estimation did you make, Nathan?
I just told you how it is.
No, I've got diagrammatical examples of equatorial planes inside balls, though. That's where angles come. In this diagrammatical example, you've got right ascension from a plane. The equatorial plane, where it says horizon, that's a planar flat circle that's got north, south, east, and west on it. Flat and planar, and describing angles with respect to it. Notice how you're in a ball. Now, you can paint a pretty map on that ball and pretend that you're inside a globe at the equatorial plane for this to function in a heliocentric way. Nobody's actually inside a globe to make the equatorial plane work. But that's how it works if you believe Earth's a ball. We're not inside a ball, though. That's the only way this works.
I'm not talking about the globe. I'm talking about when you said the equator is a flat circle.
I didn't bring up the equator. It's not mine. You did.
I did. And you said it's a flat circle.
Right. You lied about it 3 minutes ago. Now you definitely brought it up. Yeah, it's a flat plane. The equatorial plane's flat. The guy Rob Noxious earlier, he was held to task and I rammed it up him when he said that flat and level aren't the same thing, until we're talking about an equatorial plane, and then flat and level are definitely synonyms because we're getting angles with respect to this plane that we're definitely not in a ball to be measuring Earth's surface with respect to.
If you want to talk to him about that, that's fine, but I was talking about the equator, not the equatorial plane. You kept bringing it there.
The equatorial plane and equatorial equator are the same thing. They are one and the same.
But you're putting it back in a ball.
No, that's your plane. They're one and the same thing.
I'm talking about the equator on a flat Earth.
The equatorial plane and equator are one and the same thing. Dumbass.
So the equator on a flat Earth is a flat circle, correct?
So the equatorial plane, in your religious belief, is the plane that bifurcates the circle of latitude and longitude with you standing inside the ball. That's what your equatorial plane is.
All right, I don't know who you're talking to.
You stupid clown! You keep appealing to this planar measurement.
About the equatorial plane, Nathan. I'm talking about the equator on a flat
and the
Earth.
sun's movement when you're describing coincidence of two systems, latitude and longitude at vernal equinox, inside a ball on a plane. That's what you are appealing to.
Only appealing to the... All right, I don't know. You're trying to run away from this conversation. Have at it. I don't care.
Me running away? Is that pure projection as you give up the ghost and try and run away?
You're not addressing what I'm talking about. You're having conversations with fucking phantoms over there. Nobody mentioned the equatorial plane except for you, Nathan. I'm talking about the equator on a flat Earth.
The elevation angle measurements that form right ascension and declination with the horizon and azimuthal directionality diagrammatically exampled for a live stream audience, and you're suggesting I'm running away from what you're putting to me? Absolutely not.
Nathan, ask him, what are you confused about?
Yeah, what are you confused about, dum-dum?
No, I'm not confused about anything. I'm trying to show to Nathan how the equator, if it's a circle, and the longitudes bisect that circle, run through it. Every point on Earth, wherever you are, north-south is perpendicular to east-west, you can get angles off a curve, period. That's it. And he's running away from that because he knows I'm right.
Equatorial plane works. You're not getting angles off a flat, curved plane. Do you not understand how longitude and latitude describe the inside of a ball on an equatorial plane for those measurements to wrap around you as degrees? If you don't understand that, you just don't understand your own religion, and there's no helping you.
I'm not talking about the globe. I'm not talking about the globe. I haven't been talking about the globe for a fucking hour now. I'm talking about a flat
talking about the equator. It's a globe,
equator.
You dumbass.
It's a line. It's a line on a map. You can draw it on a flat map. You can draw it on a globe. It doesn't matter what the
minimum
system is.
elevation
It's the
angle
same in
of
either
minus
case.
90
You
and
keep
times by
taking this back to a
give
globe.
you a distance in nautical miles to form a circle. The circle is a calculated value based on a radius that's flat and linear and described in miles. 3959. That mile value is a derivative of the equatorial plane inside your ball religion. Now, the fact that you don't know how your own bloody ball religion works when you say, oh, I'm just describing the equator, what's something that explicitly ties to the suggestion that you can be inside a ball? Yeah, you are talking about a globe. You're talking about the equatorial plane and the latitude and longitude system wrapped around you globally. That's what you are referring to, idiot.
I'm really not. You keep trying to bring it back to a globe. I'm talking about your model of a flat Earth.
Longitude and equatorial planes? Yeah, you are. Idiot. Idiot.
Love how you just refuse to answer a simple question.
Refuse to answer what? I've got a diagrammatical example of what you're detailing when you keep appealing to the equator. The equator's derived from flat Earth measurements. The system of longitude and latitude are flat Earth measurements. The system then wraps around a plane globally, and you're saying you're not talking about a globe. Yeah, you are.
So what is the equator on a flat Earth then?
It is just a flat plane. What do you mean on a flat Earth? The equator is inside.
What the equator
is ipso facto a plane. It's called the equatorial plane. Now, it matches the flat Earth measurements of elevation angles and azimuth, as diagrammatically exampled here. However, nobody's inside a globe to make this make sense with your religion of being a ball. We can just measure a plane. You can call it whatever the hell you like. You can call it the equatorial plane. You can derive an equator with these flat Earth measurements. But that doesn't put you inside your globe when you describe the latitude system as a degree around you and the longitude system as a horizontal degree measurement. Those are planar measurements that create your ball faith.
So
yeah, they're all measurements from the surface.
Hold on, hold on. Let me see if I got this right. You're telling me that the equator on a flat plane is still inside a ball?
No, the equatorial plane is your religious extrapolation measuring Polaris's minimum elevation angle. It's a calculated value that gives you a flat plane called the equatorial plane. It matches the flat plane measurements of a light in the sky we call Polaris. Flat measurements being the degrees you measure from a flat baseline of that star. The recession is from a zero baseline as you watch it recede. The degree gets smaller and smaller to a minimum. You can then extract out a value based on a convention of nautical miles. 1 degree giving you 60 nautical miles. The declination increasing by that value as you recede away from that star, measuring its angle on a flat plane. When it reaches its minimum, that's a circle of equal altitude, otherwise known as an area of equal elevation. That means all the same level. Also denoted in your religion as an equatorial plane. Now, for you to have that function with your ball faith, you'd need to be inside the ball on that plane. The global system that's derived from these flat Earth measurements to function.
That is the 50th time you've answered something about the equatorial plane that I've asked you about the equator. And you just simply won't answer my question.
What do you think you're deriving it from? The equatorial plane is a derivation in a radial value extrapolated out into a circumferential value that gives you this plane, the equatorial plane. That's what the equator is.
That's what the equator is on a globe or on a flat Earth?
It's a flat Earth. Of course, it's measured from a flat Earth.
So you're saying that on a flat Earth, the equator is
zero is flat. It's an angle measurement that gives you this extracted value for an equatorial plane inside a globe. Now, it doesn't alter that you're measuring the surface to give you this convention.
About a globe.
All the equator is a convention derived from flat Earth measurements. so basic. Why can't you get this, you dumbo?
Because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the globe. I'm talking about the fucking flat Earth, Nathan.
That's all we're ever
on a flat plane, the equator is a flat circle.
For me, dumbass.
He just explained to you that all measurements come from the surface. Why are you not putting it together?
What about the equator? Don't tell me about the equatorial plane. I don't care about the globe right now. I'm talking about the equator. That circle that you can draw on a map, that you can go on a plane and visit.
Yeah, to get the equator, you measure elevation angles to Polaris. You understand that?
I don't care how you get it. I'm talking about once we have it and you lay it out on the ground, it is a circle, yes?
What, a flat two-dimensional planar circle?
As you described earlier, yes, a flat circle.
To confirm what you've asked me about is correct. So you're asking me if it's a flat two-dimensional planar circle, correct?
Okay, north, south, and east, west, right?
Okay, as in,
yes, at 90 degrees, right?
This convention is a flat circle.
Okay, so you can get an angle from a curve.
Flat for this 2D circle. That's right. The convention's planar. Now, it only works globally if you're inside a ball, but it's still just a plain old flat circle.
I'm not talking about how it works globally. I'm talking about how it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Because you now have angles from a curve, which you said were impossible. Which the reason we know that the Earth is flat. But I just showed you how you can get a curve angle from a curve because the equator, all of latitudes are circular.
So yeah, we're measuring Earth flat to get this convention that you need in a ball.
That now you can get a curve, an angle from a curve.
No. Angles aren't from curves. To derive this flat plane called the equatorial plane, we measure Earth's flat surface as a 0 degree baseline to give the angle from. So it can only measure... For my audience, because this guy's fucking retarded. Here is a demonstration, pictorially, of an elevation angle. If you look at the line coming from this woman's feet up to the outside edge of this circle, it says on the diagrammatical example, right ascension. Along where it says meridian, like you'd have meridian going down the globe. Yeah, that would be you inside a ball on a flat plane that you measured Earth flat to derive a 2D circle with.
So your original premise that the Earth must be flat because we can measure angles off of it breaks down when we then measure the Earth to be flat and have a flat circle for an equator and find ourselves at that equator looking north-south 90 degrees to the circle that we're on, and we now have angles off of curves. So it breaks your original premise.
Azimuthal directionality. We're not describing from a curve anything. The degree for east and west is a degree from the horizontal direction called north. Like diagrammatically exampled here. Notice how we got north, and then you can describe 90 degrees from it, also horizontal for east. Yet those are horizontal degrees that you're describing. That doesn't mean we're getting degrees. That's angles from curves. No, quite the contrary, my friend. You're just idiotic.
It is if you keep going east and come back to the same place. Then
right, here's east on screen. You'll notice that east is a horizontal direction on my diagrammatical example, as is the case on a globe when you describe azimuth and altitude for the time system wrapped around you with a prime meridian that goes through England and all of the others that go down that describe the distance between the time zones that come down when you measure Earth with a horizontal degree from north. Also wrapped around you is the altitude angle to Polaris, like a glorified protractor, with you measuring from a plane. But that ultimately results in you having a globe wrapped around you for all of these measurements to describe a globe with you inside it.
Well, that's only true if you keep that premise that you just disproved.
Sorry, mutter something a bit louder. You didn't quite come across. One more time.
I said that's only true if you maintain the premise that we just disproved.
What did you just disprove? You think altitude angles don't come from a plane? They do. You think azimuth's not horizontal? It is.
Oh, azimuth is horizontal, yes. But it doesn't have to be. But you can do it at any point on the Earth.
You only ever measure degrees in the horizontal. That's a flat planar measurement of horizontal azimuth. Yes, Earth is measured flat for directions.
You can measure vertical angles as well, and you can do that off a curve, like I just demonstrated.
Vertical angles from a horizontal baseline, they'd be called latitude. Like a horizontal baseline and then a degree in the vertical from a flat baseline. Yeah, you'd wrap that around you and call it latitude from a flat plane also.
It doesn't have to be from a flat baseline. I just demonstrated that.
A horizontal degree from a horizontal plane. When you describe the vertical angle of the star, it's a degree from horizontal.
I just showed you how you can get a degree from a curve, though.
A degree from curve? Oh, sorry. You think when we're describing degrees, that's a number ascribed to an angle, that one of those straight lines forming the little degree symbol has got a curve to it? No. When you measure azimuth and altitude, as is diagrammatically exampled on screen for my audience, the degree comes from a horizontal planar surface at 0. The number is from that 0. That's a flat plane. Not curved. Like this. Like the equatorial plane that's a flat 2D circle that you were asking about. That's where the 0 comes from when you describe the angle to Polaris. From a plane at 0. It can only be measured planar.
I just showed you how that's not true.
Something as I also measured, as I also posted something in Master B, because like we don't use the equator to measure angles. We use, like Nathan said, the equatorial plane. And so I posted in Master B the definitions. The definition of the equator is an imaginary line, a circle that traces the outer surface of a planet or a sphere at 0 degrees latitude, splitting it into northern and southern halves. Now, the equatorial plane is a flat two-dimensional geometric surface that cuts straight through the interior of the planet, passing through its center and sitting perpendicular to the axis of rotation. Now, look what they say about celestial navigation, though. In celestial navigation, we measure angles from the equatorial plane because it serves as the flat mathematical baseline for the entire celestial sphere coordinate system.
Is it just me, or is that pretty much exactly what I've been describing for the last 2 straight hours without needing any reference in front of me whatsoever? Is it just me, or is that pretty much verbatim what I've been saying?
Yeah. You ran away from every point I was making, yeah.
Right, the points you were making don't come with citations, references, and diagrams from planar measurements of angles from surface level or degrees in the horizontal. We have, after, I think it was 32 attempts, got you to finally concede that azimuthal directionality is horizontal. We finally got that.
I conceded that at the beginning.
Now you're interrupting the fact that I'm confirming you've finally conceded that point. Not that I didn't have it diagrammatically exampled the entire time you were denying it, like a complete wanker.
When did I deny it? I conceded that at the beginning.
Oh, so you understand that Earth is only ever capable of being measured flat for azimuthal directionality, then? You understand how horizontal it is to travel north or south now?
I just acknowledge that azimuthal angles are horizontal angles.
You conceded it. What you mean is you're a total wanker and will now immediately deny how flat and horizontal azimuth is. No, it seems like you are just a complete wanker.
You said I denied azimuthal angles were horizontal. I never denied that. I do deny that the core,
horizontal
the Earth
degrees,
is flat.
Flat Earth measurement, then?
No.
No? Yes.
Just horizontal angles.
Example on screen for my live audience. The flat degrees in the horizontal that we use to describe azimuthal directions. That's degrees from north in the horizontal only.
You can't even track your own argument.
It's not an argument, it's a measurement. You think when I hold a compass, I'm arguing with it? No, you're bent. No, you're not level. You think that's what I'm doing, you stupid clown?
You said I denied that azimuthal angles were horizontal. I didn't deny that. I did deny the implication, therefore, that the Earth is flat.
Directions of flat Earth only.
You can't let me get to the end of that sentence, can you? You know exactly how I'm going to finish. You want to stick a full stop in the middle of my fucking sentence and try to claim a win.
We use.
You dishonest prick.
Yeah, that's right. Earth's flat. That's how directions work.
And that's what you heard me say. Of course it is.
Yeah, flat Earth directions are just a fact. I don't need you to confirm it. You're some wanker in Discord. Like you have any bearing over this whatsoever. You don't. You're a fucking nobody. A nobody after 32 attempts lying azimuthal directionality. Suggested that you, conceded how horizontal it was. Yeah, that's because Earth can only be described as a flat plane when describing directionality. That's flat.
But that's not the Earth.
Yeah, it is. When we navigate Earth with directions. When I go north, I'm not in the middle of an empty vacuum of space going north. I'm traveling in a direction with respect to Earth's surface. When people navigate with maps and flat Earth distances that are measured horizontal and planar, with flat Earth directionality in azimuthal degrees from north, that's us navigating Earth, you stupid man.
I'm well aware of that.
Right, so Earth's navigated flat, with horizontal distances and azimuth that's horizontal.
That's not what that stuff you just said means.
Right, when we use a compass and travel in a horizontal degree from north in a linear distance as per the map scale, that's not us navigating Earth flat. Yeah, it is. Absolutely, without question,
Correct.
It is.
It is not us navigating Earth flat.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what we're doing. We're navigating with horizontal degrees from north with flat horizontal distances that have been measured with flat maps.
Nope.
No. No. You're flying in the face of every single person who's ever used a map and compass.
Well, I just laid out my argument why that's not the case. I mean, I don't want to go through the whole 2 hours again.
Horizontal degrees from north. That's sort of laying it out.
No, the fact that you can get angles from curves. So your original
can't get an angle from a curve. You're measuring a horizontal degree from north. That's a flat horizontal orientation. That's not from a curve. It's a flat Earth only direction, as diagrammatically exampled. If you're measuring an elevation angle, then the 0 is the flat baseline, not curved. It's an angle. Do you want me to yell at you that you can't cope with talking through me? Shall I yell at you like you did a couple of minutes ago, you pathetic little bitch, while you yammer through me?
For a thing?
I'm saying you're a pathetic little bitch moaning earlier about how you couldn't cope with me talking while you were talking. Now you're doing exactly that, you pathetic little bitch. Meanwhile, horizontal degrees from north are only horizontal. Elevation angles are from a 0 degree baseline. Earth is measured flat for all systems that are utilising Earth measurements. The miles are horizontal and linear as per the map scales. The compass is level to a plane of reference to give you horizontal degrees, and all maps function flat. They wouldn't work with azimuth, they wouldn't work with distance if they weren't. Earth is flat for mapping and for navigating.
So for the record, I wasn't yelling because you were over talking me. I was yelling because you weren't addressing any of my points or answering any of my questions for like an hour. That got a little frustrating, I'll admit.
Well, that's what happens when you're a ball-believing clown and you've got a ball to be inside on an equatorial plane. When I come along and say, well, you're not inside a ball measuring a degree in the vertical from a star called Polaris from a flat plane, or a degree in the horizontal for azimuthal direction. When I describe those things, you're going to get frustrated because you're measuring Earth flat for those things.
You didn't hear a word I said. I said you didn't address my claims or answer my questions. It's not about what you were saying. It's about they weren't relevant to the actual conversation.
So there's no other relevance other than how we measure Earth. We measure Earth with horizontal distance. We measure Earth with horizontal degrees from north. We measure Earth in the vertical from a 0 degree baseline in the horizontal. Earth's measured flat for every single system ever measured on Earth, ever.
Except the fact that we can derive angles from curves means that your original premise that can only happen on a flat Earth just doesn't hold.
It works from a 0 degree baseline. Elevation means from surface. That's what elevation means. Part of the angle in an elevation angle is 0. That's the 0 degree baseline that forms the elevation angle. It can only be measured from a flat plane. You are fundamentally incorrect. The 0 degree baseline in an elevation angle is not curved. You are wrong.
I mean, my whole demonstration shows that's not correct. Any math book will tell you you're not correct. Like any mathematician, everything about. I mean, I could go down this logically in a number of different ways. You can absolutely get angles off curves.
Okay.
It's not
so
even controversial.
What you're suggesting is, okay, so you're suggesting that the angle that's referenced to the equatorial plane curves then?
I'm saying it can. That the fact that you can get an angle isn't
wrong.
necessarily
The example on screen now, baseline from this diagrammatical example of a lady standing on a flat plane with north, south, east, and west on it has the right ascension and declination described with a 0 degree baseline. All angles are planar, they have a 0 in the horizontal. For them to be a vertical altitude angle, they axiomatically require a flat 0 degree baseline. Not a curve, this man is wrong.
So my argument was nothing about whether it is or isn't. I mean, it may very well be a flat Earth. I'm just saying that the reasoning you're using is
0 is flat. This man saying, I wasn't arguing about whether it is or isn't. I am. I'm telling you, Earth's flat for a 0 degree baseline to give you an altitude angle to anything in the sky measured in the vertical ever.
Not for that reason.
I'm telling you, not asking you.
If the Earth is flat, it's not for that reason.
An if we measure it flat for altitude angles from a 0 degree baseline. That's not an if statement. That's how we measure Earth.
Well, no, you're going back to that. I thought we agreed that the Earth
how we measure Earth. Oh, you're going back to how Earth measured. You're not talking about Earth, are you?
I am.
Right. Well, Earth's measured from a 0 degree baseline. All altitude angles start with a 0 degree reference. That's what an angle is.
But it doesn't have to be flat.
It does, if you're going to reference it to the equatorial plane. I think we just covered this about 60 seconds ago.
The equatorial plane might be flat, but the Earth isn't necessarily.
All right. So when we're using Earth systems, we're going to be measuring it flat then? Yeah, that's correct. The only problem is that we can't be inside a ball on the equatorial plane measuring elevation angles with a 0 degree baseline. We just measure them from Earth's flat surface. As opposed to inside a ball on an equatorial plane. We can't do that. But we do definitely measure the angles that form that system from a flat baseline.
And again, your claim, as you keep misstating it, ought to be...
It is measured from a 0 degree baseline. It also is referenced to the equatorial plane inside a ball. That's not a claim. That is a statement of absolute fact. Not a claim I'm making.
That's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is...
You claim. Nothing I've made is a claim. Everything I have said is based on Earth measurements, without any exceptions. There is nothing I've made that is a claim of Nathan Oakley's here. 0. None. They're all based on Earth measurements.
What I was going to say is, the claim you make that the Earth is measured flat should more honestly be suggested the Earth must be flat to be measured.
You claim that, I will stop you in your tracks. These are not my claims. They are Earth measurements.
It's famously your claim. That's your whole, you should put on a fucking t-shirt. The Earth is measured flat. That comes from you.
You little bitch. Yeah, Earth's measured flat with altitude angles from a 0 degree baseline. Those are just facts. They're not my claim.
That's not what you're doing, though. You're using the Earth as flat to get measurements. You're not measuring the Earth flat.
I haven't placed them inside a ball on an equatorial plane. None of these are my claims. They're just Earth measurements, and they're all flat. Yeah,
you're
flat.
Assuming it's flat to get those measurements.
Yeah, we have to have a flat Earth to get those measurements. That's correct.
I showed you don't.
Really? What did you show me?
It's not exclusive. That you can get angles off a curve.
Show me. What did you show me? Show me an altitude angle that's coming from a curve. Show me.
Technically any of them, but...
Are you telling me that you can show me, or are you now running out of breath as you try and attempt to? Show me.
I mean, any altitude angle is technically taken off a curve.
An altitude angle is a 0 degree baseline. Altitude means from surface, angle means 2 straight lines. That's not curved, you're an idiot.
I demonstrated how that's not...
You can form a full sentence.
I think I did.
Altitude angles from a 0 degree baseline. That's what an altitude angle is. 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's what an angle is. No curve, Dumbo.
And that baseline isn't necessarily the Earth. And the Earth can curve, and you can still get a baseline of 0.
Altitude angles, it's not Earth. I see. So when we measure Earth with altitude angles, and they are absolutely and can only be flat, you say that isn't necessarily Earth. We're debating about Earth and its flat surface that we're measuring with altitude angles, my friend. Altitude means from surface level. That's what altitude means. These are altitude angles that we're talking about. They're 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. There is no curve involved. They're straight lines.
So what about a depression angle? What am I measuring from?
That would be from a 0 degree baseline also. So what if you go up at altitude, you can measure a depression angle to the surface level, parallel with it. Yeah, that's a flat Earth prerequisite also. Depression angles from a 0 degree baseline. A negative angle, a depression. Yeah, that still requires a flat baseline.
Of the sky? Is it a flat sky now?
Eye level? Yeah, like when you go up, like we discussed at the beginning of this session, where a load of spurgy idiots appeal to depression angles, otherwise known as dip correction. Yeah, that would be when you measure your height off surface level or sea level to calculate your depression angle to the surface to correct to the 0 degree baseline at sea level. Yeah, that's a depression angle that you'd first need to measure Earth flat for your altitude perpendicular to sea level.
Why do you need the Earth flat for a depression angle? If I'm measuring an altitude angle from the flat Earth,
a horizontal plane of reference, depression as in down from what? Yeah. Well, horizontal at 0.
Right.
Right.
But not the Earth.
Stupid shit for brains, retard globe spastic. Yeah. So we need a horizontal plane of reference at 0 for a depression angle then. Yeah. We measure depression angles from eye level, parallel with surface level.
Which is not the Earth.
Oh, really? So when we say eye level, we're not measuring how high from surface level we are when we say eye level.
The height, yes, but the height is not the eye level.
We are talking about Earth then, you fucking retard!
No, we're measuring from the Earth. We're not measuring the Earth.
An eye level that's not
mistake you made earlier.
What kind of fucking retard are you? You dropped on your head. We are absolutely describing eye level with respect to surface level, parallel with it. When you say, no, it's not the Earth. Oh, I see. Eye level's not measured from surface level because it's flat. I see. Because we're parallel with surface level for eye level. It's not the Earth. No, you're just a fucking retard.
I'll say this for the third time. Measuring from something is not measuring the thing.
Sorry, the thing being eye level. And eye level being how high your eye is from Earth's surface.
Well, your height is how high you are from the surface. Your eye level is different.
Right, yeah, like eye level. Like when we measure a depression angle that's suddenly nothing to do with the Earth when we can only measure this from a 0 degree parallel with the surface. Yeah, that's right. We're definitely dealing with Earth. Only 3 minutes ago you said this wasn't necessarily Earth until I rammed eye level being a height from surface level up your ass.
No, I still say it's not. Height of eye is not the same as eye level.
Nothing to do with your height off surface level then. Fucking retard.
That's not what I said.
Narcissism.
Fucking retard.
Height of eye. I said height of eye is not the same as eye level.
So height of eye, as in your height off the surface then. The surface you denied and said it didn't necessarily have anything to do with. Fucking retard.
Yeah, like I was just saying that this is narcissism, like you and Eric DeVay spoke about briefly in your interview about your book, Measured Flat. Everybody, check it out.
Yeah, this is narcissistic endeavors when someone's got a narcissistic injury because their religious beliefs being challenged. When we measure our altitude for our height of eye and then describe a depression angle that I'm being asked about, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the Earth when we describe our height of eye. End quote this guy. Not necessarily Earth. Fucking retard.
Nothing to do with how flat it is.
Really, when we describe eye level from surface level, when we measure our height from sea level, you don't think measuring your height perpendicular to sea level's got anything to do with and its flat surface? No, it's fundamentally tied to it in the perpendicular, you dumb fuck globe-believing spastic.
Nothing to do with how flat it is.
Well, surface level and sea level and parallel eye level have got nothing to do with how flat it is. Yeah, we're measuring our height perpendicular to sea level. Level being having no part higher or lower than another, and specifically tying it to Earth's surface at the sea level. Absolutely everything to do with being flat, my friend.
And yet it's perfectly possible on a globe.
Right, what, you think sea level is something that's possible on a globe? No, if you were going to describe something globally, you'd describe how much deviation from horizontal, that's level, it was. If you're curving, you've got a deviation from the horizontal. Sea level is how we describe hills. When we measure how curvy the surface is, we measure it with respect to sea level, so that we can have a vertical drop perpendicular, axiomatically tying Earth's curviness, that's hills, to the horizontal distance you denied when you said that we got racetrack scales, you dumb shit.
Actually, the pertinent discussion to this issue would have been when I was showing how you can get one irregular surface measured off another irregular surface, which is still possible without knowing how irregular the surface is.
Described in the vertical from the horizontal, though. That's how irregular the surface is. Hills, that's the irregularity.
But the level could curve and you could still get that deviation.
How curvy a hill is, it's described with its vertical deviation from the horizontal measured mile.
Nope, from level. Not horizontal.
Oh, I see. So this fuckwit in a Discord server denies how Earth gets surveyed from sea level with rise over run, horizontal deviation from the vertical. Now, I'm pretty sure we definitely survey Earth to the millimetre accuracy with horizontal linear mile measurements, my friend. You're just a spastic.
No, I just deny your interpretation of it.
Really, when you say how irregular the ground is, and I point out that how irregular it is measured to the millimetre accuracy with rise over run, you just say, nuh-uh.
No, I say that that's based on level, not horizontal.
Oh, so based on level, having no part higher or lower than another? Welcome to Flat Earth. That's right, we measure the vertical deviations of hills from the level. Sea level! That's how Earth gets measured, my friend. Level, flat.
Yeah. No, level, yes, but not flat.
Flat Earth, you stupid retard.
Level curved. Sorry.
No, level isn't curved. How curved something is a deviation from level. Fucking retard that doesn't understand axioms. No, to curve is to have a deviation from level, requiring we have level, meaning no part higher or lower than another. Horizontal.
So level deviates from horizontal, but elevation deviates from level.
No part higher or lower than another.
Correct.
Yeah, so level is horizontal, it's flat.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's how we describe linear distances to describe how irregular the ground is, with vertical deviations from the flat level distances.
Level, not flat.
Yeah, the same thing, they're synonymous with one another. Are you saying that equatorial planes bend now? We're back to this fuckwittery, the same level of spastic as Rob Noxious, where you say that the flat plane you call the equatorial plane isn't flat, isn't level, they're different things. No, the flat plane of the equatorial plane is a flat plane.
But not the Earth.
No, we're not inside a ball, your globe Earth. Not inside a globe, not the globe Earth. But the surface level, sea level, is how we measure Earth's surface. It's just not inside your Earth.
No one says it's inside, but level does curve.
You're muttering. Can you speak up, muttery?
Nobody says we're inside the globe, but level does curve.
But we do measure Earth flat to derive an equatorial flat plane that for you to believe there's a ball in any sort of form whatsoever would require we describe ourselves being inside that ball you call the globe. Now, we're not. We're just measuring Earth planar.
It doesn't require that at all.
Sorry, what doesn't require flat 0-degree baselines for elevation angles and azimuthal direction in the horizontal? Yeah, absolutely does.
No.
Surprisingly, I've got a diagram of it on screen now.
Doesn't require we're inside a ball, I said.
That's correct. We don't have to be inside a ball to measure Earth flat with elevation angles and azimuth. That's correct. We just measure Earth flat. We don't have to be inside a globe to do this. Yeah, that's correct.
But you haven't measured the Earth flat, right? You've measured the Earth in a way that you expect it not to be flat.
That's diagrammatically exampled here. Like you've conceded to and then said it's got nothing to do with the Earth when we describe depression angles from parallel eye level that according to you have got nothing to do with the Earth other than it's a measurement perpendicular to sea level, other than it's parallel eye level, other than it's a depression angle with a 0 baseline, other than it's an altitude angle to Polaris to form this equatorial minimum that angles are derived from and azimuths derived from. Flat when we measure Earth?
Yeah, something like that. But it was more specifically
No,
just
not
the height
something
of
like
I.
that. Just that. Earth's measured flat with azimuth and altitude.
No, you threw some extra stuff in there. But regardless, it's just the baseline of eye level has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or being a globe.
It does. Eye level is parallel to surface level. The eye level is measured from sea level. The height for eye level directly ties eye level, meaning no part higher or lower than another, to how high your eyes are off the surface.
But you're just saying that that's axiomatically true, and I'm saying that's your claim, and you haven't demonstrated it to be so.
How high your eye is? Are you retarded?
No, it's not what eye level is.
Oh, really? Is eye level something other than how high you are off surface level?
Yeah, it's the straight line that goes from that.
Tell me, if eye level's not how high eye level is, what is it exactly then?
It's the line that goes from that height. That height is one specific measurement. Eye level is a different
how fucking high you are off the surface.
Yeah.
Yes! Sit down and shut the fuck up, stupid globe-believing spastic. Tell me it's not anything to do with the surface. Oh, it's just how high you are.
Nothing to do with
fucking
the surface
retard.
globe.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, you stupid spastic.
Interesting how the only way you can win an argument is to recast my position as something I didn't actually
disingenuous
say.
spastic. You've just said
Every
eye
single
level's
time
got
you
nothing
do
to do with the surface, and then immediately referred to height. You disingenuous
It has nothing to do with
spastic.
it being flat or a globe. That's
Of
what I
sea
said,
level,
not what you said.
perpendicular altitude. Now, I'm pretty sure that when we describe how fucking high we are, that's a perpendicular altitude. Perpendicular to what? Oh, well, not the surface. If you're a spastic, disingenuous globe believer, then height of eye. Oh, well, height's nothing to do with the surface, according to you, you disingenuous spastic. You're a spastic. Sit down and shut the fuck up. Sorry, you said that it had nothing to do with the surface. Now, eye level functions until I pointed out that it's directly tied perpendicular to sea level, and then your response was, well, it's just your height.
That it's nothing to do with the Earth being, the surface of the Earth being flat or a globe. That's what I said many times.
From sea level,
you can go back and listen to it.
You don't have anything to do with perpendicular altitude.
Oh, perpendicular, sure, but that doesn't require horizontal. Like I showed
perpendicular
before,
means at 90 degrees to a flat plane. That's what perpendicular means.
Just like north-south means perpendicular to the circle of the equator, for example.
So we've got a flat planar equator. Yeah, if you're a ball believer, that equator bifurcates the sphere Earth, though. And we definitely measure this plane, this circle, this equator, from surface level. That's not bifurcating a ball. Nobody's inside a ball.
Doesn't have to be on a ball. Even on a flat Earth, it's still
on a ball. The equator, the equatorial plane's not on a ball. You fucking disingenuous globe-believing spastic. No, there's no equatorial plane on a ball. You fucking retard.
Either way, it's still an angle off.
Either way, your fucktard religion has you in a ball. You stupid dumb spastic.
I mean, it really doesn't. But
your equatorial plane is in, not on a ball. You said on. Fucktard. Wrong. Your flat plane that matches the flat plane measurements of Earth's surface is in a ball that nobody's ever going to be inside. That's how your equator works.
And how your equator works still allows us to get angles off.
Not my equator, disingenuous scumbag, now misrepresenting me. Not my equator. Fucktard. Your globe value is not mine. It's not mine. Not my globe value called an equator, fucktard.
And half the shit you spurred against weren't my claims.
The equator is not on the ground either. The equator is something. It's a place that you say you are when you have measured the minimum angle to collide.
Correct.
With respect to a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Correct. It is a horizontal plane. Inside a ball if you're a globe-believing spastic.
It still gives you an angle off a curve.
No, a planar measurement from the equatorial plane is not from a curve. Diagrammatically exampled on screen, because this spastic doesn't understand how his own stupid religion works. We have right ascension described from a plane. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. One of them is not curved. No, you're just wrong.
No, I'm not.
Really? Okay, how do you measure the equatorial planar right ascension if it's curved? Go.
No. My claim that you can get an angle off a curve is not wrong.
You've just said we can measure it curved. What do you mean, no? Give me an example of a curve angle.
You can measure it curved. I said you can measure an angle off a curve.
So give me an example then.
All right. Can I do like the whiteboard here? How does this work?
You can tell me where I can reference spherical systems of globe Earth with a curve angle from a curve baseline. Where?
No, that's not what I said. I said you can get an angle off a curve. That I can demonstrate.
So if this has got anything to do with Earth as a reference, give me an example.
Just look at spherical geometry.
Technically, any elevation angle is an angle off a curve.
Elevation angles from a 0 degree baseline. That's a straight line. That's not from a curve.
The Earth is still a curve.
No, the curve of the protractor you wrap around you with the longitude and latitude system puts you inside a ball. The only curve is the curve of the protractor. When you see on screen, this woman would describe from west to east as a protractor view. That is to say, the degrees would be wrapped around her from a centre point. That's the curve of the protractor. The 0 degree baseline you measure the angles, that's two straight lines, is planar. 0 is the base.
I mean, technically, if we want to go with, I think it was Elijah just said that the equator isn't an actual thing. That protractor curve, you can put wherever you want. You don't have to be inside it, right?
No, you're right. You don't have to be inside a ball like globers would have to be for this convention that we measure Earth flat to derive. We do, however, measure Earth flat to derive this convention of the equator.
We don't. Again, this claim could really be, if they're going to be honest.
To be clear, nobody is going to, like you put that to us like what I said is ridiculous. You can't go to the equator, point to it, and go, there it is. The way that you know that you're at, quote unquote, the equator, a convention or navigation, is when you measure in degrees the minimum angle to Polaris with respect to horizontal plane. That's what an elevation angle is. There's nothing wrong about that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, nothing about that changes my argument, though.
But you haven't got an argument. We're only describing flat Earth measurements from an equatorial baseline. Flat.
My argument is that you can derive an angle off a curve, which means your original premise is faulty.
Okay, show me.
So a curve, a circle, for example, is a figure of a consistent changing slope, right? And we know what slope is, right? Rise over run. So at any point on that circle, there's a line going through it.
Flat Earth measured miles with a vertical deviation with respect to those flat Earth measured miles. Rise over run is a flat Earth only measurement.
I'm talking about on a piece of paper. You draw a circle on a piece of paper.
I'm talking about when we measure Earth. When we measure Earth with rise over run, the rise is a vertical. The run is a horizontal mile measurement, second time.
You asked me for an example where you could derive an angle off a curve.
And you gave me rise over run. I put it back to you that rise over run is a horizontal mile measurement with a vertical deviation from a horizontal mile measurement. That's a flat Earth measurement of run in miles.
Right, you're back on the Earth, though. I'm just talking about geometry.
So we've got a flat Earth measurement in miles for a rise over run, then?
We're talking about angles off curves. Where are you going?
No, you were talking about rise over run. You said rise over run. I interrupted you to point out that rise over run is a flat Earth measurement of miles.
It's not. It's a geometric expression.
Oh, is it not? Oh, okay. So you're saying that the run in rise over run with a specific formula for deriving slope with a vertical deviation from a horizontal measurement isn't a horizontal measurement of miles? Now you're a fucking retard. Were you dropped on your fucking head?
Flat Earth measurement.
Dropped on your fucking
It's
head
not
or
a
what?
Flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, it is. It's miles for
back
run.
to the Earth.
Yeah, miles for run.
Yeah, I was talking about geometry. You're talking about the Earth.
Miles for run. That's right. A horizontal mile measurement for the run.
But you agree with the circle part, right?
Would you agree that we've got a horizontal mile measurement? Not that it makes any fucking difference if this spastic in Discord agrees. Run is a horizontal mile measurement, regardless if this spastic in Discord agrees or not. Rise over run's a flat Earth measurement in horizontal linear miles. Doesn't matter if you agree. It's a fact.
There's only one person being spastic right now, and no, I don't agree.
You've just appealed to rise over run. The run is a horizontal linear mile measurement.
I was talking about a circle on a piece of paper.
No, you weren't. You said rise over run. I said, where did you get a curve angle from? And your next words were rise over run.
I think I said rise over run first. And again, in reference to the circle, I'm talking about getting an angle.
Linear mile measurement, you dumb shit.
I didn't mention miles. I was just talking about rise over run as a
run, and you rise over run.
As in a constantly and consistently changing slope of a circle.
Sorry, the slope would be a deviation from the horizontal in the run that you measure to give you a deviation in the vertical. To have a deviation in the vertical, axiomatically, you need a horizontal measurement first to derive the vertical from.
Not a horizontal measurement, just a horizontal base.
Oh, we go. So we're not measuring Earth then for rise over run. That's all it ever is used for.
Not in geometry. I was using a different
geometry, as in geo meaning Earth and metric meaning measurement. So not in Earth measurement then.
No.
Sorry, geometry means Earth measurement, you fucking spastic. Rise over run is a geometric measurement of horizontal distance. In miles.
That's not how words work.
Sorry, that's not how words work. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's an Earth measurement.
Do you think a pedophile is somebody who loves children?
All right, we're going to talk about pedos now that we've got a horizontal measurement of miles.
I'm talking about the English fucking language that you're trying to distort. Nice doesn't mean stupid.
That means measurement.
Understand doesn't mean you subject yourself
nothing to do with Earth, not in
geometry. Doesn't mean measuring
the Earth. How Earth words work. Yeah, it is. That's exactly how words work.
A peanut is neither a pea nor nut.
No, we're not talking about peanuts. We're talking about geo. That's Earth. Metric. That's measurement.
That's not what geometry means.
Oh, does it not? Do you want to look it up? You dumb shit! Globe-believing fucktard!
So you think that geometry class is all about Earth?
Measuring Earth in horizontal distances for rise over run. Because that's exactly what it is.
So you think geometry class is about Earth?
He said rise over run. He said that's not how it's used in geometry. Is that what he said? Yes, no, Nathan?
Yes.
Okay, right here it says rise over run is a concept used in coordinate geometry. Do you want to retract your statement then?
Mm-hmm.
Go on then.
Okay. What did I say that's different from that?
Retard, globe-believing, spastic statement that was wrong.
Wait.
Go ahead.
What did I say that was different from that?
He said it's not Earth measurement when it's geometry. You don't understand the word you're actually using, you stupid retard.
Sorry, are you asking me or him to retract? Because that's
telling you that you're wrong. Not asking you. There is no point in asking you anything. You're a disingenuous, globe-believing spastic.
What did I say that you think is different from what he just
He
read?
said that the rise over run wasn't how it worked in geometry.
That's not what I said.
Yep, you were recorded. We're live streaming this.
Go back and listen to it.
Oh, well, I do
it back to the Earth.
Hear you.
I was talking about geometry. You were taking it back to the Earth.
Rise over run being a horizontal linear value.
Eli, can you read that again? Did he dip?
Yes, rise over run is a concept using coordinate geometry.
And how is that different from what I said?
Because you said no, it's not. So I looked it up, and Yes, it is. Yes, you did.
Nobody mentioned coordinate geometry, but I wouldn't have disagreed with that. I mean, that's clearly true.
Measurement. Do you not know where you are? Do you not know what we're discussing here?
More than you, I would say.
Oh, right. So you're going to insult me?
That's a welcome change, I'm sure.
You are a disingenuous, globe-believing spastic. That's what you are.
Okay.
Yeah, when you say...
I don't know, I didn't say anything different than what you read.
Not necessarily to do with Earth when we talk about eye level, other than it's the height. That makes you disingenuous, you wanker.
Many, many times I said it has nothing to do with its shape. You want to conveniently leave that out.
From sea level... There's this long protracted
above sea level.
Being right, is it? No, it's you being a disingenuous, globe-believing spastic. That's what this protracted silence is.
Your height above sea level has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Other than it's from sea level.
Not even that. No.
You're right. It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. The plane is not it's not an ideal shape.
It's an aspect. Meanwhile, the planar surface of Earth is what we describe when we describe sea level, because the height is perpendicular to it. I mean, this guy said that when we describe eye level, it's got nothing to do with Earth's surface. A bit of a scumbag move from a disingenuous, lying scumbag wanker. But there we go. That's what we've got to deal with here when we describe perpendicular altitude, perpendicular to sea level, or parallel eye level for depression angles, or heights for corrections to surface level, or altitude angles that will correspond with a plane in the middle of a ball that we're not standing in.
Yeah, I stand by all that.
Yeah, well, that's Earth being measured flat in every single instance. Elevation angles from a planar reference, altitudes from sea level, eye level parallel with surface level, altitude angles, distances, azimuth. These are all flat Earth measurements. There aren't any exceptions. These are all measurements of Earth as a flat plane.
At the very best, these are reasons why the Earth must be flat. They are not measurements of the Earth being flat.
Yeah, they are. When we measure north, we're measuring Earth. When we measure distance for maps, we're measuring Earth. When we measure our height off Earth, we're measuring Earth.
So a measurement is the objective assessment of a single quality of a quantity of a quality of a thing, right? It's not any other. You can't measure the temperature of something and determine its height, right?
We're not talking about temperature. We're talking about distance and azimuth and altitude. All are directly tied to Earth. Notice, ladies and gentlemen of my audience, when we get to the point where it's unequivocally every single measurement in this instance is a flat Earth measurement, suddenly, what's the response from our globe-believing wanker opponent? Well, it's not necessarily to do with Earth. What, when we measure Earth for height above it, or Earth for a direction with respect to it, or Earth for its distances? Oh, it's nothing to do with Earth. What a wanker.
Nothing to do with its shape. Measuring height is not measuring curve. Measuring distance is not measuring curve. All of those things that
in the horizontal
are reasons why the Earth must be flat in order to measure those things.
Altitude angles
can work. Measurements of flatness.
Yeah, horizontal degree from north. That's flat. Measurement of miles in linear distance for rides overrun. That's flat. Altitude from sea level. Altitude angles from a 0 degree baseline. Altitude is directly tied to the surface. That's what altitude means.
But it's not a measurement of it.
It is. You think altitude angle measurements, not a fucking measurement?
But the measurement of altitude angle. It's not a measurement of flatness.
Sorry, Neil. The run and rise overrun is a measure of the Earth. That's what the distance is. It's a measure of the Earth horizontally.
Correct. But when we're measuring Earth horizontally with a distance that's specifically tied to Earth and its distance, it's nothing to do with the Earth. Why? Well, because it's a flat Earth only measurement.
Measuring from is not the same as measuring. If I measure my car to be 6 feet from my front door, you don't know how big my car or my front door are.
Earth and its sphericity, then.
What?
When you derive a radial value with a linear distance ascribed to it, that's nautical or statute miles for your Earth as a sphere with a radius. Your suggestion is that it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with your globe Earth then, correct?
It depends how I'm measuring it. What am I doing with this radial
What are we measuring? Are we measuring Earth or nothing to do with Earth?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Am I using this radial measurement to measure something else, or am I actually measuring the Earth?
Nothing to do with it, right up until the point that I tie these measurements to your suggestion of sphericity. Then you've got a bit of a problem, haven't you? Because if these aren't anything to do with Earth, you don't have any globe Earth inferences then, do you?
There are ways to measure the Earth and its curvature,
so we are
but I don't know what
measuring
you
Earth,
specifically are.
So suddenly there are
Not
ways
that
to
way.
measure Earth. The minute I tie these Earth measurements to the suggestion of sphericity, suddenly there are ways of measuring Earth, even though we've spent an entire hour with you saying that they haven't necessarily got anything to do with Earth. No, they've got nothing to do with your globe Earth, my friend.
There are ways, but those aren't them.
What, when we measure miles on Earth and nothing to do with Earth? Okay, so we'll chuck out your Earth radius in miles then, correct?
I mean, if you want, if you don't like how it was derived, but that's not how you derive the Earth's radius.
Nobody's inside the ball. We are measuring Earth's surface for linear distances in miles. Your globe religion relies on these Earth measurements, that when it comes to them being measured flat, you want to deny they've got anything to do with Earth. Until I put them back on the sphericity requirement for them, then suddenly we can measure Earth. Yeah, we can. We measure Earth flat. And your measurements are the same as every measurement. When you suggest we've got sphericity to Earth's surface, you'll derive that sphericity from the only measurements available. They're all flat.
I disagree.
Oh, really? So you disagree that your radius value is flat linear miles, then?
No, not the radius value. That's flat.
Oh, I see. So the radius is okay. No, that's a flat Earth linear derived value in miles, my friend. Suddenly we're okay to have flat linear miles when it's a radius for a sphere, for a plane that would be inside a ball to describe. Suddenly then we're okay with these flat Earth measurements. Okay, to have flat miles, now it's tied to a ball, right? No, my friend.
Flat measurements ignore a ball. There's no ball if you have flat measurements.
I have to address this because it was one of the very first things I said when I came on the mic. Radius is definitionally straight, not because it's measured in miles, but because it's a radius. It's the shortest distance between the center and the edge. That's because it's a radius, it's straight, but not because you're measuring it in miles.
An equatorial radius. It is ipso facto flat then. I see. So it's acceptable to have flat measured miles when you derive a sphere value from those flat measurements of Earth. That's okay. But we'd have to be inside Earth with a radius for that to function. Not that we're inside Earth, but then we're okay to use these measurements of Earth. Because we're going to suggest Earth's a sphere with them. Then they're cool. But when we just get down to the brass tacks that they're just linear mile measurements of Earth's flat surface, then they're nothing to do with Earth. So they're only allowed to be flat linear measurements of miles if we suggest a sphere has come from them. Correct?
No, all I'm saying is that miles and kilometers or whatever units you want to
use from flat Earth measurements. We just measure Earth flat.
Did you want an answer? My whole point is simply
I'm not asking you anything. I'm saying that if you deny the flat Earth measurements as you are doing, then you don't have any globe-derived values.
All I was saying is that measuring something in miles or kilometers doesn't automatically make it straight.
It does. When we measure it flat and linear for rise over run, then it has to be flat or we can't derive drop in the vertical from it.
But not because it's measured in miles or kilometers.
Specifically because it's measured in miles or kilometers? Hello? Specifically because it's measured in miles or kilometers, horizontal to derive drop from. Hello? Dumbo? We specifically measure Earth flat in horizontal linear miles. They're the same miles that you will convert into sphericity. Now, you guys, for the last 10 years, have been happy to accept these flat Earth measurements when they are calculated into sphericity. But when we point out that they're just flat Earth miles, suddenly eye level's got nothing to do with the surface. Suddenly, we don't have to measure horizontal linear distances from a flat plane. No, well, these have got nothing to do with the Earth. They're only to do with the Earth when we measure Earth flat and convert them into an equatorial plane inside a ball. Then they're okay. No, they're just still the same flat Earth measurements that we always measured Earth with.
So, real quick, and then I got to go. Again, measuring something in miles or kilometers doesn't make it straight. Something is straight or it's not straight. How you measure it, what units you attach to that
so
length.
We're going to throw out the equatorial radius, then. That's gone. We're not going to accept that as being flat then.
It is, but not because it's measured in miles or kilometers.
It's only acceptable to be a flat linear measurement when you derive a sphere radius from it.
No.
No? So we're going to throw out the sphere radius then?
No, for any number of reasons. Something could be flat and straight, but it's not because
linear
it's measured in miles or kilometers.
If we're deriving sphericity from it, but we can't have it if it's just a flat Earth measurement and we don't derive sphericity from it. I see.
You don't see. This is not difficult, Nathan. Something is straight or it's not straight. How you measure it doesn't make it straight or not straight. I can measure a windy road in kilometers. That doesn't make it a straight road.
If we go, well, you've started by measuring Earth flat with these values, then it's nothing to do with
kilometers, but because the fucking road is straight. It's not that difficult.
So I swear at me a bit more as you lose badly. Yeah, we're measuring Earth in flat linear miles. They're the same flat linear miles that you derive your sphere fantasy from.
Well, I think I made my points, and I got to go.
I don't think you did anything. I think you were a disingenuous scumbag that said eye level had nothing to do with the surface. You're a disingenuous scumbag.
You can spurg out at someone else. I'll talk to you guys later.
I'm not spurging out at anybody. I'm saying that the linear mile measurements that are utilised when we measure Earth flat are the same exact mile measurements that you convert into sphericity. Now, you're okay using those flat Earth measurements when they're converted into a sphere from an equatorial plane with latitude and longitude wrapped around you from a center point. Then those flat Earth measurements are okay. You don't want to reject them as being flat Earth measurements then. But when we just say, well, we don't have to convert them to spherical values, they're just flat measurements, then they're nothing to do with Earth, according to you. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the only measurements we ever make ever, including but not limited to the ones that suggest we can be inside a ball, are flat Earth measurements. There's only one type of measurement available, the horizontal linear mile measurement that we measure every bit of Earth's surface with. The same one that converts into an equatorial planar value with a radius for an equatorial minimum inside a ball. That's okay, according to ball believers. They're okay with flat Earth measurements when they're inside a ball with a straight linear radial value. But other than that, they're not allowed to be mentioned as a flat Earth measurement. It's only when we're inside a ball that we can have linear flat Earth mile measurements. Earth's measured flat. All measurements of Earth's surface for rise over run, elevation angle, eye level, surface level, sea level, flight level, azimuth. Every single measurement of Earth ever made ever was a flat Earth measurement, and there are no exceptions.
How about latitude and longitude?
Again?
Latitude and longitude. They are measured as curves. They use spherical geometry.
Oh my God. You ain't paying attention either.
Latitude and longitude are measurements of degrees from the horizontal.
No, they are measured from the grand meridian, the prime meridian.
What's a meridian?
It's a great circle and circling around a sphere.
On screen for my audience, labelled meridian, is the curve of a protractor from a flat baseline. That is what a meridian is. If you're going to describe the system for time, with Great Britain being the prime meridian, formerly Jerusalem, then you're describing a system of azimuthal time-based planar measurement with you inside a ball measuring this system. Notice how I'm being rumpused immediately. I've got a diagrammatical example with the word meridian on it.
Have you
It's a
heard of
flat
spherical
earth
geometry?
measurement, dumb shit.
Have you heard of spherical coordinates? Theta,
What
pi.
coordinate? As in a degree,
Spherical coordinates.
2 straight lines. A coordinate is a degree. It's a flat measurement of angle. You stupid shit.
The spherical coordinates are measured in angles.
Yeah. What do you think a fucking angle is?
Angles on a circle.
Anything other than a 0 degree baseline. It's an angle.
Angles on a sphere.
No. Angles inside a sphere. Like diagrammatically exampled for my audience. What a shock that I've kept this exact diagram so that when a spastic comes along and describes meridian, he's going to say that it's a curve. Yeah, a curve wrapped around you on a plane.
Yes, it's an arc of a great circle. The great circle
an arc
of this earth.
from within a ball. In a ball on
the
a
surface
plane.
of a ball. An arc
In
can
a
be on the
ball,
surface
on
of
a
a ball.
plane.
You're wrong. The arc
You think
can
you're in
be
a
on the
ball?
surface of a ball. That's how
Wait, do you
spherical
think you're in a
geometry
ball
works.
on an equatorial plane, dum-dum?
That's how spherical geometry works. You can measure it from an arc
We're
on
not
the surface of a
inside a
ball.
ball. Nobody's in a ball measuring meridians around you or longitude and latitude wrapped around you from a plane. Nobody's in a ball.
Yeah, we're not in the ball. We're on the surface of a ball.
Dumb shit. Like diagrammatically exampled with the word meridian on it. No, you're right, you stupid spastic. Nobody's inside your dumbass ball.
Yeah, we're on the ball. I've been saying this.
No, we're
We are
not.
on the surface of
Can't
the earth.
derive this angle. That's degrees from a curved surface. It's derived from the equatorial plane.
So what? If it's from the equatorial plane. You can still be on the ball.
Nobody's inside a fucking ball.
No one's on the ball. Yeah, we're on the surface of a ball. That's what I've been saying.
You can't derive the angle from on the ball. You're not on the protractor that you're measuring the degrees with. Nobody's on that.
How you can derive the angle?
It's described from in a ball for your dumbass sphere belief.
Wrong. You want me to explain how I can derive an angle?
Diagrammatically exampled on screen for an audience that's watching live. No, I'm not wrong. I understand how your stupid dumbass ball works.
Do you want me to explain how you can derive angles
No,
from the
I
surface
don't need you
of
to
a ball?
explain anything. I've been doing this for 12 fucking years.
And yet you're still wrong. So let me explain.
Oh, really?
Right? Do you know what a normal
example
is?
of a planar measurement inside a ball? Did I make this diagram? No, mate. No. It's standard rhetoric for ball belief. You just don't understand your own stupid religion.
Yeah, your diagram shows a tangential plane from the surface of a ball.
You're inside a ball on the equatorial plane.
It describes a tangential plane from the surface of a ball.
No, you're not measuring a meridian from a tangential plane. I keep telling you, you dumb shit. I've got a diagram of it. You're not measuring this from a tangential plane.
That's how. Do you want me to explain how you can derive angles from the surface of a ball?
I don't need you to explain anything. I understand this shit. You keep telling me it's from a tangential plane on a ball. Notice how he's referring to a plane, even when he thinks he's on the outside edge of the protractor that you're measuring meridian with. That's azimuthal directionality for the sun's movement to derive a system of time around you. And that's you in a ball, not on a tangent plane.
A tangent, you use the word tangent. A tangent requires a curve, the curve of the earth. Tangent requires curves.
Measuring meridian from a tangent plane. I keep telling you, you don't understand how it's measured.
You keep mentioning tangent. Well, yeah, you require a curve for that.
Like you're on a ball. No, you're not. You're in a ball for your system to function. You just don't understand how your ball works.
No. Do you know what a normal measurement is? Normal of a plane.
On screen with a woman standing on an equatorial plane with right ascension, declination, and meridian labelled specifically.
Yes, that is the alt-azimuth.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, you stupid God-believing spastic.
That's the tangential plane.
Understand his own fucking religion.
That's a tangential plane from the surface of a ball.
You dumb shit! This woman is not stood on a tangent.
Yes, it is. It's a tangential plane.
No, it's not. You dumb shit.
Why do you think the celestial equator is at an angle? It's because she's on the surface of a curve.
Function on a tangent plane. You are wrong.
How else will you explain the curve
Why are you
of the
asking
celestial
me? It's
equation?
your fucking claim.
How can I even make logic when you're not even going to listen to me?
You don't understand how your own fucking claim works. You keep suggesting it's on a tangential plane. Wrong.
It's on a tangential plane.
No, it's not.
What evidence is not against it?
Diagrammatically exampled on screen for a live fucking audience. How wrong this shit for brains retard globe spastic is.
It's still a tangential plane.
No, it isn't.
It is. Look at the source of the image.
Right, okay. Go and get me a diagrammatical example of meridian from a tangent plane. Go.
It's there. It's, the image you're showing is a tangential plane.
Hello, fuckwit. If it's from a tangential plane, give me a diagrammatical example of it then, you stupid God-believing retard.
It's on your stream. That image is a tangential plane.
No,
the yellow plane is the tangent.
Inside the ball, you stupid shit.
The yellow represents the plane.
You're stuttering retard much. And reduced to a blathering spastic.
The yellow is
She's not on a fucking tangent, you stupid clown.
She is. That yellow is the tangent.
She's not on a tangent.
You keep saying that.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, you stupid retard.
The sphere you're showing is a second sphere.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid idiot.
Is an azimuth.
Sit down and shut up.
Oh, you don't like me talking? I'm trying to say
about being on a tangent? She's not.
The sphere is a tangential plane from the surface of the ball.
No, she's not on the surface of a ball. She's inside it on the equatorial plane.
She's on the ball, and there is a second ball representing a view, an azimuth view. There are two balls in this. The yellow ball represents the yellow plane, the Earth. The second ball that you see,
that's right. She's on a yellow
that's
plane.
her view.
That's not on a ball on a tangent, you stupid shit.
It's not my problem that you cannot visualize this properly.
Oh, it's not my problem. What, that you've said she's on a tangent plane? She's not.
Yes.
Stupid shithead. You retard. Were you dropped on your fucking head by a careless mother?
You keep saying this over and over again. Where are you trying to get here?
She's not on a tangent plane, you stupid shithead.
She is.
Meanwhile, meridian is derived.
I haven't seen a single flat Earth model that explains sunsets.
Altitude, angles, and azimuth. That's how we measure Earth, with a plane beneath our feet.
You're saying this as if the flat Earth can even explain a sunset. I've never seen a single model that can explain why the sunset forms a half circle.
Orientation with respect to a plane. To be setting is to describe verticality with respect to horizontality. Setting is a movement in the vertical.
Correct. From the plane, the tangential plane.
You stupid shit for brains. You're describing verticality axiomatically tied to a plane.
How about you explain how a sunset works first?
Right, setting is a planar description, you stupid boy.
You can't even explain a sunset. Why would a flat Earth create a half sun?
Setting, you mean moving in the vertical?
How would a flat Earth explain this? The half sun you see?
You've just given me a flat Earth measurement. Setting is with respect to a plane.
Yes, the tangential plane.
Yeah. So we measure Earth flat when we measure sunset then?
Correct. From the plane that you're seeing, the tangential plane you're seeing.
Correct. All measurements are always with respect to a plane. Glad you agreed. A dumb fuck called Professor Phil Bell earlier appealed to sunset like it had something to do with sphericity, like a stupid spastic. Yeah, Professor Phil Bell, at least this retard understands what setting means. It's verticality with respect to horizontality. It's a flat Earth measurement.
If you're on a flat Earth, then you should be able to see the sun everywhere.
Right, sorry, setting, the sun setting with respect to a plane?
I didn't say that. I said you can see the sun anywhere.
No, you did. You said.
How does the sun disappear?
Yes, you said setting. That's a horizontal planar description of a vertical movement with respect to a plane.
How about you explain this? How does the sun disappear?
You're asking me to explain anything. We've got flat Earth measurements of setting.
Your model doesn't make sense. How would the flat Earth explain how the sun sets?
I've got a sunset that's described with respect to a plane, though.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
How do you explain it? How do you explain it? How do you explain it?
Measurement then.
Yeah, assuming you're correct, how about you explain how a sun sets?
Sit down and shut the fuck up, you stupid retard.
You can't even defend your model right now.
What, defend
how
flat
the sun sets?
Sunset is? Yeah, it's a vertical movement with respect to horizontality. It's a flat Earth only description that you've offered me.
Yeah, you still have explained how does the sun disappear.
Right, yeah. So you've came to me and gone, sunset. I've grabbed the back of your fucking head, shoved it into the pillow you gave me sunset on, and rammed verticality from horizontality up your ass.
Still waiting for an explanation. How does the sun disappear at night?
Earth measurement of verticality.
Come on, I'm still waiting for an explanation.
What, for sunset? It's vertical with respect to horizontal.
How does that make sense? If the sun is always above the plane, if the sun is above the plane,
you're explaining how the sun moves with a vertical orientation.
For your model to work, for the sun to set, the vertical must be less than 0. How can that do that in the plane?
I haven't given you a model.
The sun is always above the plane.
I haven't given you a model, you straw man burning fucktard.
Because none of the models work.
I haven't given you a model, you fucking straw man burning asshole.
So you got no model? You got no way of thinking?
No, I've got a description of a sunset with respect to a plane, though. That's a flat Earth measurement that you gave me.
All right, explain that. Explain it. Explain how it works in the plane.
The movement of the sun with respect to a plane perpendicular to it. Yeah, that's a flat Earth measurement that you've offered me.
You've come to me with goes less than 0, it will go under the plane.
Fucking head, shoved it into the pillow, and rammed a vertical movement with respect to a plane up your ass. Not a model.
Yeah, your model still doesn't work.
Earth's measured flat
for
sunset, then.
How would the sun disappear in your model?
I haven't got a fucking model. I've just got flat Earth measurements, all of them, without any exception, including but not limited to sunset.
So you can't even explain your way of thinking. No model, nothing.
It's not a way of thinking. It's a measurement in the vertical.
I can measure anything I want, but I need a model to explain things.
The vertical with respect to perpendicular horizontality. Yeah, it's a flat Earth measurement, my friend.
Yeah, and how does the sun disappear in the flat Earth?
Sorry, how does the sun set? Vertically with respect to a perpendicular horizontal measurement of the surface.
You say it sets vertically. It means that it goes under the plane, or does it go
with respect to a plane?
You said vertical. Does it mean that the sun go under the plane, or is it still above the plane all the time?
Under the plane is a flat Earth measurement. To be under something is with respect to horizontality also. Under, over, setting, rising. These are planar descriptions, you dumbass.
Correct. I'm trying to use your planar description to explain a sunset, and I still can't.
Are you just using the only measurements of Earth that are ever available to anybody?
I'm testing your model, and it's not working.
You're not testing any fucking model. I haven't given you one. You straw man burning wanker.
Explain. Come on.
I'm not going to explain anything.
Under the plane or over the? I'll just stay above the plane all the time.
No, I'm not going to be explaining anything. I'm telling you, you've given me a flat Earth measurement.
Also, you got no model, no way of thinking.
I haven't given you a model. You keep trying to burn the same straw man.
Okay, then explain. How does the sun disappear? Does it go under the plane or does it stay above the plane?
Come and suck on my dick. Give me good fucking eye contact while you do so. How dare you demand anything of me? You've come to me with a flat Earth measurement, and are you demanding I explain something? I'll demand that you suck on my bollocks.
Yeah, that's burden of proof. You claim the Earth is flat in spite of every piece of evidence that says otherwise. So you gotta explain yourself. Explain yourself. Does the sun stay under the plane or over?
Why aren't you sucking on my nuts?
This, and 12 years of this, you can't even explain this.
Why aren't you sucking on my bollocks? I demand it.
12 years of this, and you can't explain. Does the sun stay above the plane or does it go under?
Sunset is with respect to a plane. Done.
Yeah. Does it stay under or over?
Yeah, that's it. So we've got a flat Earth measurement for sunset. That's the end of the discussion. The only measurement you can appeal to is a flat Earth perpendicularity.
Come on, you're still not explaining yourself. How can
I don't need to explain anything when I've got a flat Earth measurement of verticality with respect to the horizontal that you're perpendicular to have the sun set. The only measurements available are flat Earth measurements.
Again, does the sun stay above the plane or does it go under?
Well, as in, with respect to a plane, you keep appealing to these measurements that are planar. Above is with respect to a plane.
Come on, above or under? Come on, you've been doing this for
above
12
and
years.
under are planar descriptions, you dumb shit.
Surely you can explain this. Come on, above or under?
Explain what?
Does the sun
You've
go under
given
or
me
over?
flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, I'm testing your model.
Yeah.
I'm
So what
assuming
the
you're
fuck
correct.
do I need to explain? Down,
Yo,
above,
Oakley, you're
under,
obviously spazzing out
setting,
and not
rising.
understanding
These
the
are
dude.
all with respect to a horizontal plane.
Hey, stop interrupting, bro.
I do what the fuck I like. I will tell you to suck on my bollocks. That's what I'll fucking
you're
do.
a fag. We know that. You're gay, okay.
I'll do whatever the fuck I like. When he demands that I explain something, I'll, by contrast, hold a mirror up to his demand and demand he sucks on my bollocks.
All right, Mer, what do you want to say?
I demand I explain something again, because I'll tell you to suck my dick again.
I know you're a faggot, man, alright?
That's nothing to do with faggot. It's a power.
You love to get your dick
You
sucked off by other men.
demand
I
that
get
I
it, man.
explain
Okay.
something about a model I haven't given you when you burn a straw man. I'll demand that you suck my balls.
Yeah, because you're a fag. Thank you for
Yeah, you can
iterating
keep
that.
saying it. Meanwhile, perpendicularity is what is describable with sunsets. Earth is measured flat for sunsets.
All right, does it go above or under?
All
the
right,
plane?
Earth's measured flat then.
Come on, I just need an answer. You've been doing this for 12 years. Surely you can give me something.
Just need you to suck on my bollocks and give me good fucking eye contact. I just need you to come and give him a good old lick.
Okay, you are really dumb. He's asking you a simple question, and you can't
Yeah,
just
and I'm
give him
telling
an
him that
honest
he's asking
answer.
me about a sunset that's perpendicular to a plane.
You make such a big claim. You gotta have a model to back it up. You need to explain everything on that you see.
Perpendicularity is the only way of measuring the sun setting. It's a flat Earth measurement.
Here's a measurement for you.
He's not asking
The
about
sun
measurement,
turning into a half circle.
White Knight, can you shut up? Yeah, we heard you call me a fag after this guy made his demands after giving me a flat Earth measurement. We heard you. Now can you sit down and shut up?
Oh, somebody's a bit annoyed. Oh.
Come on, I just need you to explain this one measurement. How does the sun disappear?
Horizontal for setting.
How does the sun disappear? Come on. Above or under?
Under is a planar description, you dumb shit.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so the only available language for describing anything with respect to Earth measurement are planar measurements only then. Under, over, up, down, setting, rising, falling. These are all vertical, perpendicular to a plane.
Come on. Since you're a flat earther, you should be using these measurements. So explain. Above or under?
Those are flat Earth measurements. Are you deaf?
Yeah, so use them. Since you're a flat earther. Above or under? Does the sun go above or under?
It's perpendicular to a plane then.
Do you not use your own measurements above or under? Come on. I'm waiting.
Those are perpendicular to a plane, you dumb shit.
Okay, I'm still waiting. Use your measurements. Use your own measurements.
We've got the flat Earth measurements then.
Since you are so confident about your measurements, use them. Does the sun go above or under?
Under. Okay. To be under something means describing it in the vertical with respect to a horizontal plane. If you're going to be under it, you're describing it planar. If you're over it, you're describing it planar. If you're setting, you're describing it vertically perpendicular to a plane.
Yes, use your measurements.
And what about when you're behind it and below it?
Sorry, we got this homo, the guy that wanted to pipe up about me telling this guy to suck my bollocks. We're going to hear both of these once.
What about when the sun is behind it?
What about if you sit behind the cuck line, mate, while this other guy talks?
No. I'll ask you my question.
You're
You won't be able to
while his
answer.
limp dick kicks in. What I'm doing is destroying his own prerequisite flat Earth measurements. Setting, bottom, under, over. These are all planar descriptions, you dumb pair of shitheads.
I just need your explanation. Come on. I'm asking you for 15 minutes. We're getting tired here. Come on.
You've given me flat Earth measurements. There's nothing to explain.
Yes, you gotta explain your model.
And I haven't given you one. I don't need to give you one when all the measurements are with respect to a plane. I'm not creating a model with these flat measurements, but we do measure Earth flat when we describe things setting.
You cannot explain something as basic as the sun, then I'm sorry, but your flat Earth does not make sense.
When we measured the sun, we create systems with the sun, like time, like longitude. Those are measurements from a plane that we take off the sun to create these systems. They're all planar.
Come on, explain the system then. Above or under? Where does the sun go?
Just come and suck on them.
Come on, man. It's been 20 minutes.
But why aren't you
saying the same thing over and over again?
Why aren't you sucking on my bollocks? Over and over, I asked you.
Come on.
Yo, Reed, can I give you your answer? Because this dumb fuck won't.
All right, sure.
Sorry. You're gonna cut this other guy. You're gonna have a little discussion amongst yourselves because you can't cope with me.
Oh, we just don't talk
You
to people.
you haven't made any discussion with me.
You're not talking
I asked you one question and you couldn't answer. There's no discussion.
Scream and shout.
No,
You haven't even understood his question. He got the point that everything is flat Earth measurements, right? Under and over. He understood that.
Shut up,
but
or I
the
will
question
shut you
was
up.
never answered because you don't listen to questions. You
talking
just
to the
decide to scream
rasta.
and shout because
Dumb
you know
shit,
more.
you're gonna get
That's just
shut up.
retarded and you're a fag, man. Anyway.
Rasta, you dumb shit. You've given me flat Earth measurements only. Your cuck's been silenced. You keep giving me flat Earth measurements and telling you to explain models. No, there's only the flat Earth measurements, my friend.
Come on, I just need to discuss with you. I ask you one question and you can't answer something. That's not a discussion. That's me talking to a wall.
Yeah, the sun setting is described with respect to a plane.
You said this over and over then. I just want to know, above or under, where does it go?
Where does it go? Over a different portion of land. You can measure GP positions. I'm answering you. Where does it go? Over a different part of the land.
All right. So it goes above the plane? It's always above the plane? Is that correct?
Yeah, we measure Earth planar when we measure altitude angles to the sun. You can also derive GP, that's ground position, with the sun. Planar. GPs are at 90 degrees to your position.
So you're locking your answer? The sun stays above the plane at all times?
Yeah, when it's not over here, it's over a different bit of land where it's light, and you can still measure it with respect to a plane for its ground position. Second time I've said it.
All right, finally, we're getting somewhere. So if the sun is above the plane at all times, how does it create a half circle?
Say again?
How does the sun create a half circle? The sun is a circle. How does it become a half circle afterwards?
What are we talking about? Create a half circle. What are you babbling about?
When the sun disappears at night, it creates a half circle and then it disappears. How does that do that if the sun is always above the plane?
You're asking me how the sun works? I don't know. It just moves over particular parts of land, and we've measured it for every fucking movement it's ever made ever.
That's not explaining your model, your flat Earth
They
model.
need to explain what the sun is. The only measurements that we ever take of the sun are elevation angles for ground positions. They're flat Earth measurements. There's only one style of measurement that we can measure the sun with.
Currently, we made two claims, that the Earth is a plane and that the sun stays above the plane at all times. But if that's the case, the sun cannot create a half circle. So one of your claims has to be wrong. Which one is it?
No, we only measure the sun with flat planar measurements of altitude angles. That's the only way we measure it. Third time.
I'm not asking for measurements. I'm here for a qualitative answer.
Oh, really? Well, I'm telling you, the only way the sun ever gets measured is with respect to a plane. That's how we measure Earth. Now, I understand that the fact we measure Earth flat is quite unnerving, and you don't want to talk about flat Earth measurements of the sun. You want to ask me how the sun works. I don't know. I didn't invent the sun. But we've measured it from a flat plane.
Yeah, but your
What would
measurements
you do
don't
if you
work.
did
They
invent
don't
it, though?
I've got another cuck. Master, we've only ever measured the sun from a flat plane.
Your measurements aren't explaining anything.
No, they're measurements. Flat.
Yeah, and they don't make sense.
Measure Earth flat for the sun, then.
If the sun is above a plane at all times, how does it create a half circle?
With respect to a plane.
If the sun is above the plane at all times, how does it create a half circle?
Yeah, that's a flat measurement. Yeah, to be
How does
above
it
is
do
a
that?
flat measurement.
I'm asking one simple question. How?
I don't know. I don't know how the sun works. I have no idea what the sun even is.
Wow.
I do know that we measure Earth flat, though. When we measure the sun, we measure it from a flat plane. That's how it's measured. Its degrees from north are its positional information, and its altitude angle is also with respect to a plane. The only measurements of the sun that have ever been measured ever are flat Earth measurements. There's only one measurement that you can make of it, and they're all flat.
Your measurements still don't work. If the sun is above the plane,
What do you mean don't work?
how does
You
it
don't
create a
think
half
we've
circle?
got a longitude system? You don't think we've got time? Yeah, these things definitely work. You're an idiot.
All right, how does it create a half circle? How? I didn't ask about time. I asked how.
Moves in that way, I don't know. What I do know is the only measurements of it ever to give us the positional information so that we log the analemma is by measuring it with altitude and azimuth. Those are the only measurements available. The only measurements you can ever take of the sun are with respect to a flat plane. Who cares how it works? I don't know, and neither do you. You don't know what the sun is either. Doesn't mean it isn't measured flat. It is measured flat.
If it is measured flat, it should be able to explain something. Why does the sun turn into a half circle? But it doesn't.
You understand it's measured flat then, from a flat plane, for altitude, angle, and azimuth. You understand that bit, right?
I said if the sun is measured flat, how does it turn into a half circle?
Fucking raster. Altitude and azimuth aren't if.
I said assuming you're correct.
We're not assuming, we're measuring, you dumb shit, second time. We're not fucking assuming anything, we're measuring it.
Do you know what proof by contradiction is?
Do you understand that we're measuring it rather than assuming?
Do you understand what proof is?
Do you understand that we're not assuming, we're measuring?
We need proof for beliefs. So, proof by contradiction. If the sun is above the plane, how does it turn into a half circle?
To a plane, that's correct.
How does it create a half circle?
I don't have any explanations for what the sun is, and I don't need to. The measurements of it are flat, planar measurements only.
I don't care what the sun is either.
I know it's a ball.
I know it's a ball. I know the sun is a circle. How does it turn into a half circle?
It's measured flat.
I don't need to care what the sun is either. It's a circle right now.
I'm asking about it.
A half circle later. How does that happen?
I'll talk to the next cuck in line.
How? Come on. Is this going to take 25 minutes again?
Next. Next.
I'm pretty sure you said the sun is a circle. Circles are two-dimensional objects.
All right.
Meanwhile, the only available measurements are planar measurements. For it to be above, to be setting, to have a degree from the horizontal, for its azimuth, every measurement we've ever taken of the sun ever were from a flat plane. There aren't any other measurements to take.
Do you know what proof is? Come on.
Like measuring things?
No, like explaining things. If the Earth is a plane, it needs to explain how the sun turns into a half circle. If not, your plane argument doesn't work.
And that's how it's measured. It's measured from a plane. It's not like if I don't explain why the sun does something, it's not suddenly measured from a plane. It is.
How is it measurement and argument anyway? Keep going with this argument, Nathan.
Who cares? The measurements are planar. This guy wants to whistle straight past the azimuth and altitude measurements of the sun and then ask me how it works. It's like, well, who cares? I don't know how it works, and I'm not unhappy or upset about that. Nobody understands what the sun is. What it does and how it's measured is with respect to a plane, always and without exception. The only measurements available are flat Earth measurements.
Right, so it's not an argument. So stop trying to get us in some sort of argument, because it's not. It's just a damn measurement. I'm sick of saying this. I'm sick of you saying it.
Listen to Neil, Nathan. Come on.
Yeah, he's right. Why does it keep getting...
the measurement? You gotta explain the measurement as well. Correct?
There's no argument. It's just measurements.
Can you explain your measurement?
Okay. We measure
altitude. Measure the sun, turn it into a half circle.
How does it happen? 0 degree baseline. We measure azimuthal direction in the horizontal of the sun. It's a flat Earth planar measurement of degrees from north. Earth's measured flat with the sun.
Yeah. So explain the measurement of the sun turning into a half circle at night.
I don't know what you're babbling about when you say half circle. You're making no sense whatsoever.
Have you not seen the sun turn into a half circle at night?
His English is no good. Yeah, he's calling the sun a half circle when it's setting. He obviously doesn't know what a circle is.
It means nothing.
Can you explain it then? Come on. I'm waiting for an explanation. It's been it's like 30 minutes already.
How it's measured. It's measured from a flat plane. I keep telling you.
No, it's not enough. You still got to explain your surroundings as well.
Okay. So me not explaining what you suggest when you say the sun moves in a half circle changes the Earth's measured flat.
Into a half circle.
Okay, you win. My God, this straw man burning cunt. I haven't given you a fucking model.
You did. You told me that the Earth is a plane.
No, I fucking didn't. I gave you azimuth and altitude. They're not a model. They're measurements. You dumb shit.
Look at the most recent photo.
I haven't given you a fucking model. You stop burning this straw man repeatedly, you complete cunt.
Look at what Buck posted. Go on.
Cunt.
You see the sun?
I haven't
How
given
does
you
the sun
a
do that?
fucking model to burn. Do you understand me?
How does the sun do that on a plane?
Stop asking me what the sun does. We measure it flat. Do you acknowledge how flat we measure it?
Do you see the picture posted in chat? How does the sun do that?
Sun do what?
How does the sun do that on a plane? Do you see the picture posted in chat?
That's the only way we've ever measured it. I keep telling you.
I don't.
You go on to someone else. I'm sick of dealing with this dumb raster.
Do you see the pictures in chat? Can you explain that with a plane?
No.
I don't think so.
No, I'm not looking at anything in chat. I'm running a live show, you dumb shit.
La. Come on. Is that what? Just close your ears, close your eyes.
Next. Any more for any more?
Nah, they're done.
Are we done?
Why do you need to be explained what a half circle is when the sun sets?
Is that a new question?
Yeah.
Who?
For me.
What's your question?
Why don't you know what a half circle is?
Why don't I know what a half circle is?
Yeah.
I've no idea what he's referencing. What are you referencing? Are you suggesting the sun moves in a hemispherical movement? Is that what you're asking about?
I'm asking you why you don't know what a semicircle is.
But does this have any bearing whatsoever on how Earth gets measured?
No. It has a bearing on how little you know.
Fuck up, you stupid retard. We're here discussing how Earth gets measured.
Well, why did both your sources say the Earth is a globe?
Questions about Earth as opposed to my understanding of hemispheres?
Why did both of your surveying references say Earth is a globe?
Because you can convert the flat Earth measurements into a spherical coordinate system with azimuth and altitude. Like I've got diagrammatically exampled on screen, you can derive an equatorial plane by minusing it.
If you could convert it, or did I ask you why they say it's a globe?
I'm answering you, stupid fucking retard. Can you hear me? Answering you, dumb shit. You think by talking through my answer it's going to change how flat Earth's measured? Your dumbass sphere to be derived from those flat measurements. Do you think by talking through me that changes how fucking idiotic your religious belief is? No. Meanwhile, we do measure Earth flat to derive radial values, to invent concepts like equatorial minimums, like radial values that are flat and linear in miles, so that we can infer that the plane we measure altitude angles from with the curve of the protractor is a globe we're standing inside. That's why, as you ask, some of my references specifically reference the extrapolated globe Earth as a coordinate system derived from flat planar measurements of altitude and azimuth that would infer that we're standing on and in a ball derived from said flat Earth measurements. You can convert them into a spherical coordinate system, but that coordinate system is foundationally dependent on measuring Earth flat. I hope that answers your dumb shit question. No response. Why do my references have global coordinate systems in them? Because we measured Earth flat to create them. Can you acknowledge what I've just fucking answered you with? Clearly not. What a complete wanker. It's only when I'm in the middle of the sentence that you feel you need to talk, do you? You stupid spastic. Chucky wanker. You asked me a question and I fucking answered it. Chucky, arsehole, globe-believing spastic. You asked me something and I answered you. Are you going to acknowledge my answer, you dumb shit? Clearly not. What a wanker. The globe is derived from flat Earth prerequisite elevation and altitude measurements. Degrees in the horizontal from north, that's azimuth, and elevation angles. You can then take those flat Earth measurements and infer sphericity based on the curve of the protractor you measured these angles with. That's how the globe gets created. The fact that we can derive a spherical system from flat Earth measurements does not mean we are inside a bleeding ball. Stupid idiot.
Nobody said we were except for you. Over and over.
Really? Oh, so you're denying your equatorial plane and the azimuth and
Nope.
altitude, right, ascension, declination, and azimuth I've got detailed on screen. You're going to deny your globe measurements then? You don't like your equatorial plane?
No.
Oh, so you do reject your equatorial plane with us describing ourselves inside it. You don't like that then?
You asked if I rejected and I said no.
No to what? The equatorial plane we're not inside? Hello, you stupid fuckwit! No to what? Sit down and shut the fuck up, Chucky, you stupid retard. You have no fucking idea how your religion works, do you?
Maybe you should shut the fuck up.
Apparently, you forgot the question you asked. You said, "Do I reject it?" And my answer was no.
Oh, so you understand that the equatorial plane is
Hang on, you know
derived
how to make an asshole wait?
elevation angles and azimuth directionality. You understand how, for the sphere to exist, we'd need to be inside it, measuring azimuth and altitude. Then you understand that that's how it fucking works. Hello, you stupid shit for brains. For your globe to work, we are inside a ball on the derived flat Earth measured equatorial plane. So,
No, we're not. You're
do you reject being inside your fuckwit ball?
Yes. I reject being inside the globe. Yes.
Good, because we're not inside a dumb fuck ball. That's correct.
Good.
We are
Why do you keep
measuring the
saying it?
planar surface level measurements that create it, though. Hello? The plane that you've rejected is still measured with altitude angles and azimuth. That's how we measure Earth. The fact that we're not inside a ball just means we're measuring Earth flat from a plane. The same plane that you reject because we're not inside a ball. So well done, you've rejected your own stupid religion of being in a ball then. Good for you.
I think you forget again. I don't reject
the response.
Oh, you go ahead and interrupt me. Go ahead.
I'll do whatever the fuck I like. I stuttery little twat. Hello, have you not got a smart aleck response? Clearly not. No, we're not inside the ball, you stupid clown. Rejection of your dumbass shit for brains model where you're standing inside an equatorial plane with latitude and longitude wrapped around you doesn't mean that we're inside any balls that you all believe you're on. We can't be in them for them to function with the angles we measure from a planar surface. I'm glad you've rejected your own dumbass model that you thought you were on rather than in. Next. Well, it was fun. Thank you for having us in the Worldwide Debates Discord server. Any more for any more. Right. With that, I'll say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Be sure to check out more flat Earth measurements in my book, Measured Flat, link in the info box below this video. And if you'd like to make a small amount of money selling the book, then you can become an affiliate, link also below this video. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Radio. That was a good show.
I agree.
Thank you, everyone.
A lot of clippable content.
I really especially like the part where you called him a wanker like 14 times. That was really great.
Yeah. Did you like even more when he wouldn't actually address the response to what he kept repeating?
What? Who didn't
More
address Nathan?
times? Did you like that more? Was that more interesting?
I liked
Nathan
his
not
attempt
responding?
at being an affable television announcer. That was pretty cute too.
I like how Reed destroyed him. That was so beautiful. That was hilarious. Good job,
Do you
Reed.
think we got bent radii book? Do you think we got bent radii? The equatorial plane book?
Test. They all want to speak up.
Sorry,
Don't want to
Nathan, it
talk
was
to
loud
me.
at work. Can you repeat everything you said
Job.
after you ignore?
I'm asking Buck if he thinks bent radii is something that we have for the equatorial plane. It seems like Buck's gone very silent, like the fucking retard spastic wanker that he is. Now, we don't have bent radii.
There it is.
We have flat Earth linear distances that we extrapolate for equatorial planes inside balls. Now, nobody's actually inside a ball, but Buck is a fucking radii bender. What a wanker. Enjoy the taste of my bollocks, Buck, you stupid spastic. Radii don't bend, by the way, you fucking dimwit.
Would you say your bollocks are more or less bulky than you are?
Yeah, Tuck that's defending Buck the retard. Radii
I'm asking
don't
a question.
bend, Buck. Buck
You don't
sod
know how your balls
wanker.
taste? Nobody's
Buck
taking you up on the
wanker.
offer,
We
right?
don't have bent radii, Buck wanker.
You sound pretty angry.
You hear me, Buck, you fucking retard? You're a radius bender, Buck. I'm calling you a spastic for it.
Dude, my neighbors can hear you.
I don't give a fuck. Lisa, I'm going to shut you up if you don't shut up.
I doubt you will. Is that a threat or a promise?
Buck, radii don't bend, you fucking dim-witted idiot. Bend that radius for us, Buck. Come on, chop chop. Tell us how the radius of the equator bends. Notice how Buck's gone very silent.
5 minutes ago, Buck.
Buck, you radius bending retard. That's what I thought.
Did they give up?
Sounds like it.
Hello?
I thought it was a good show. It's the same thing now as it has always been. Like today really reminded me of the very first time that I came around, and just remember listening to Nathan talk to a Glover, and that Glover just would not let him not. I don't want to say agree. You don't have to agree with the 90. You don't have to agree with horizontal. They're just what they are. But for some reason, they don't agree.
Yes, it's not agree, disagree. It's a measurement, and if they don't accept it, then they got no globe.
That's why we're here.
Exactly. This is all recorded. This is history.
What the fuck is happening? Is
Here
it like
like a religion.
Do you have anything of use to offer, Lisa Simpson?
Sorry, which one of the three personalities am I speaking to?
Well, that's not anything to do with the debate. That's an ad hominem attack.
Chode's not going to give us
Is this
anything.
coming from the guy who just said wanker 14 times?
That's another ad hominem attack. You've used the same fallacy twice in a row. You fucking retard bitch. That's a fallacy. You've attacked the man rather than the arguments I've laid out. Like azimuth, altitude, measurements of radius that don't bend, like fucking book retard wanker uses bent radii.
No, she didn't listen to any of your arguments, Nathan. She didn't even hear any of your arguments. She just heard wanker 14 times.
Yeah, did you have any address to the actual
arguments?
Did you have any address to what I laid down on the table? That would be how Earth gets measured with altitude and azimuth, Lisa. That is to say, address the actual points rather than me, the man. A fallacy that you've used twice in a row.
You can't respond to that.
No, thank you. I don't communicate with abusive,
you stupid, belligerent little bitch.
unemployed
Shut
people.
the fuck up, you stupid, belligerent little bitch. You've got no fucking part of this discussion.
Is this
You've
what
got
you guys
nothing to
do? You
say.
just let him yell at you
You're
guys?
just
This is what
attacking
happens
me,
with
the
Nathan
man.
Ripley?
You stupid, belligerent little bitch. You've got nothing, you retard. You stupid retard, Lisa. You've got nothing to offer in the discussion. At least idiots like Buck can attempt to bend radii like the spastics they are. All you've done is ad hom me, attack the man.
No, I add humor because I'm funny.
You know what ad hom means?
I'm sure that you'll explain it to me either
So
way.
you're a fucking retard. You don't even know what the words I'm using mean, do you, stupid?
I do know, but because I'm a woman and because you
know
were
what the
speaking to me
words
this
coming
way,
out
I'm
my mouth
convinced that it
even
wouldn't matter if
fucking
I gave
mean,
you an
do you?
answer.
You stupid, belligerent little bitch. You think you've got a place in this
What is
discussion?
it like being a grown man with no emotional wherewithal? Like,
You don't know
do
what
you
ad hom
ever go to
means.
therapy?
You don't know what ad hom means, do you?
You might need a glass of water.
You don't know what ad hom means, you stupid little girl. You've got no place in this discussion. You're a retard. That's an assessment.
Unfortunately for you, though, it's a public server, so I can be wherever I want.
You can, and I can call you a retard because you don't know what ad hom means.
That's completely fine. Again, I do know what it means, but I can be a retard. That's also completely
retard. Go and learn what some of the words mean, you stupid retard, rather than piping up and demonstrating how stupid you are.
Rather than demonstrating how stupid you are. That's how you
where
sound.
retards can open their fucking mouth at will. Yes, that's right. You can just pipe up and demonstrate what a complete spastic you are. Yeah, well done.
Making you angry is probably the easiest thing that I've done all day, besides waking up.
Right, you've got nothing to add to the discussion. We're talking about measurements of Earth, and you've got nothing to add.
You're talking to yourself. No one is talking to
No,
you.
I've talked about 15 different people so far, Elisa. You fucking retard.
Is that why when you ask questions, it's just completely silent and no one answers you?
Lisa. Right now, I'm talking to you, a belligerent, spastic idiot who doesn't know the words being used in this public
I know,
forum.
I'm probably the only woman you'll speak to all day, so you might want to cherish
I'm
this
married
moment.
with 2 children, both female, you fucking retard. My wife's in the kitchen, you dumb shit woman.
Oh my god, a person married you and you speak to people this way?
That's another ad hom. Do you look at what ad hom means yet, you stupid little girl? No, still don't know what the fucking words coming out my mouth mean, right?
Nathan, what does level mean?
Having no part higher or lower than another.
No, that's false.
Right, what do you think it means?
Perpendicular to the force of acceleration.
Perpendicular to a force of acceleration, like gravity. Let me just give you a few quotes. This is George Musa, Scientific American. Gravity is not a force. End quote, George Musa, Scientific American. Or, as Brian Cox, quote, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote, Professor Brian Cox. Or Michio Kaku, gravity's not a force, we lied to you. End quote. Now, I would suggest that you are a fucking retard only educated to a high school level where you describe flat earth perpendicularity as being a downward vector force.
It's funny because
retard who doesn't
you
have
must
any
be retarded because I never used the word gravity. I said acceleration force. I didn't mention the word gravity, so you must be seriously retarded.
That skanking through me is going to change what fucking retard you are, is it? Is this you?
Well, it's just weird.
It's a force vector.
Because you don't know what level means, therefore you're a retard, apparently, according
No,
to
mate,
you.
I find it's having no part higher or lower than another.
Yeah, that's false. Show
You
me
can't
show me
ad hom him like that. Don't
show
call
me a
him a
single
retard.
show me a single definition from a book that says level is that.
Level, from Merriam-Webster, a device establishing a horizontal line or plane, which means a bubble that adjusts to the horizontal by movement of the center slightly bowed glass tube. 2. A measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level. Horizontal condition, equilibrium of a fluid marked by horizontal surface of even altitude. I don't seem to see any definitions that include forces that aren't forces. It seems like you just made that shit up. Because gravity's not a force, end quote, George Musa. In fact, their quote isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. I seem to be getting stunned silence as a response to the fact that you're out of date by 111 years. You seem to think there's a downward vector force? Fucking retard. Obviously only high school educated. What a spastic. Maybe Lisa can tell me that I've called you a spastic instead of addressing how their quote isn't really a force of gravity at all. What's that you say? Perpendicular to a downward force? Well, fucking retard. Who dropped on your head? Spastic.
No,
there isn't a force of gravity at all. Do you hear me, you stupid spastic? Quote, George Musa.
I think that he can hear all of you.
He's not a force. Oh, we're hearing Lisa Simpson. Sorry, I'm calling this man a spastic because he's got a high school level education where he's quoting Newtonian downward vector forces perpendicular to a plane. That's a planar measurement perpendicular for a downward accelerative force that isn't really a force, that you can think of as a force because we lied to you, end quote, Michio Kaku. Or gravity's not a force, George Musa. Or there isn't really a force of gravity at all, Professor Brian Cox. Maybe this fucking retard can tell me how level is a force vector again. So I can call him a fucking spastic with Lisa interrupting me with another ad hom.
Gravity results in a force.
Right, do you understand now? Now I've quoted a few professors that it's not a fucking force. You stupid.
It results in a force. It creates the force. It's not a force itself, but it results in one.
It creates a force. I'll just give you Professor Brian Cox at all. There isn't really a force of gravity at all. What's that dumb fuck Rasta spastic? It creates a force. No, Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. You stupid.
You have to yell. I mean, I don't think any of us have expressed that we're hearing impaired.
You stupid little girl. Nobody's fucking talking to you, dumb shit. I'm talking to the man who told me that level is perpendicular to a force. No, there isn't really a force of gravity at all.
Yeah, because it comes from gravity. Gravity results in a force. There's still a force at the end of the day.
I didn't call the force. I didn't call the force gravity. I said the acceleration force.
Dumb fuck at a time, please.
I said the acceleration force. I didn't say anything about gravity.
Anybody who's not this dumb fuck Rasta's going to get shut down immediately. Dumb fuck Rasta. What, according to the current rhetoric, that's Einsteinian gravity, is the cause, mathematically, of gravity? Go.
Mass causes curvature in space-time, which creates a geodesic that objects follow. That creates a force in the object.
Shit, you don't know what your own fucking gravity is. It's not the mathematical cause, you dumb fucking raster.
It is. It's what geodesics are. Do you even know what a geodesic is?
Brethren, you is wrong. You is fucking retard. Try it again.
Do you know what a geodesic is? Do you know what space-time curvature is?
It's not the cause. I asked you for the cause, you dumb fucking raster.
Yeah, I gave it to you, but seems like you can't understand it. I'm sorry.
So I can call you dumb fuck again.
Come on. Google's free. Search up
geodesic.
Search up space-time curvature.
Yeah, that's not the cause. Second time's a charm, you dumb fuck raster.
It is. Hello,
dumb fuck raster. You're wrong.
Nah, that's what general relativity is. You don't understand it. I'm sorry.
Fucking clue, have you? You haven't got the slightest idea. Yeah, bent geodesics caused by what? You're Googling it frantically, Raster.
No.
So what's the cause? No.
Space-time curvature.
That's wrong. That's the effect, you stupid fucking retard.
No, it's the effect of mass, which affects
I
a
know
geodesic.
a lot more about this than you stupid fucking Raster spastic. I'll try again. Third time's a charm. The warping and bending of space-time is the effect. What's the cause, you fucking retard?
It's mass, but I don't think you understand it.
It's not the cause. Fourth time's a charm. Still a spastic.
Hey Nathan, these globetards, their cause is by their effect. They're backwards.
Yeah, he's listed off the effect, the bending and warping of space-time. That's the effect.
I know, but his effects are causes. It's crazy.
Cause? He doesn't know because he's a retard.
I know.
Challenging me like he fucking knows. He's already described this as a causal influencer with respect to a downward vector when describing level. He said it's as a consequence of that. That was what he ascribed as the cause, and that's why I called him a spastic. He hasn't got a clue.
None of these globetards do.
I'll try again, Dumbo.
And yet we still get a
What do you, Reese? I'll try again.
We get a force at the end.
No, mate, there is no force. There isn't a force of gravity at all. You're wrong.
There is. I'm feeling it right now.
Sorry, sixth time a charm. What is the alleged cause mathematically of the bending and warping of a fourth dimensional pseudo time dimension in Einstein's field equations? What does he postulate is the cause? That's 6 times I've asked you, you fucking retard.
It's the Einstein tensor. You know what tensor is? Come on.
You can sit down and shut the fuck up like the dumb
Einstein tensor.
Rasta, you don't need to talk to me while I call you a spastic. You can just sit down and shut up. Put yourself on mute. You've asked you 6 times and you don't fucking know.
The Einstein tensor creates the space-time curvature. But do you know what a tensor is?
No, mate.
No? Okay, then tell me what a tensor is, if you're so confident.
No, you think I'm going to give you the answer? I'm going to ask you 7 times. What's the cause? Stupid fuckwit.
I explained it. It's the tensor.
You're going to give me the effect again? Like giving me the effect 7 times is going to give it as a causal influencer? You're wrong. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's the Einstein tensor. It creates the force. It creates the curvature that creates the force.
No, there's a very specific Einsteinian description of the causal influencer for the bending and warping of the space-time dimension in pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry. You just don't know what it fucking is, do you?
Why do we have to teach them their religion?
Because he's a spastic. He's a belligerent fucking rasta twat who thinks he can tell me that there's a force. No, you're a fucking retard. You haven't got the slightest idea how pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geography works.
Explain Riemannian.
Bullshitting.
Explain Riemannian.
You're a fucking
you don't
retard.
Understand the words coming out of your mouth. Explain Riemannian. What's pseudo-Riemannian space-time?
Pseudo means fake, it means sham.
Romanian?
It means fake. Fake geometry.
Romanian
That's
is
what it
not
means.
fake.
It means
Romanian
fake.
is not
Pseudo means fake. Fake geometry.
Wrong.
So you think by asking me a question is going to change the fact that on 8 separate occasions you haven't given me the causal influencer in this mathematics? You haven't given it me, you stupid twat.
Is the tensor? I said it already. I said it again.
You got it wrong.
Nah, that's it.
Okay? You're a retard. You haven't got a fucking clue. You don't know what Einstein suggested is the causal influencer of bent geodesics. You haven't got a clue. You don't know. Cat got your tongue, you dumb shit. 8 times I've asked you, what's the cause? You haven't got it correct so far.
It's the tensor.
No, wrong. Know your place, you dumb shit.
It's the tensor.
Right, sit at the back of the room with a dunce cap on. Don't tell him. Nobody tell him. Next time he comes in, I will fucking chastise him immediately. I'll ask you this question next time I see you, my friend. My dumb fuck Rasta friend.
Hey, how does the sine turn into a half
So
circle?
why are you asking me something? What's the cause of bent warping space-time? 9 times.
You can't even explain the sun. Come on.
You're going to give me the answer? I asked you 10 times. What's the cause of the bent warping space-time in Einstein's pseudo-geometry? What's the cause? Yeah, that's right, you dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck. What you are is a spastic. You haven't got a fucking clue, have you? Know your place, you dumb shit. Maybe Lisa Simpson can tell us. Do you want to tell us, Lisa? Do you want to tell us what causes bent pseudo-geometry? She fucked off. Good. Know your place, you dumb rasta. You haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about, like most people in this room. You're all spastics.
Oh my god, were you paying attention to me?
Right, what's the cause of bent pseudo-geometry, Lisa?
Oh my god.
No, it's not.
It's the mass energy tensor
That's one
in
down.
space.
We're talking to somebody else now, Reese. We're talking to Lisa. She's had one attempt. She suggested that bent warping space-times are cause God. No, that's wrong. That's one. Do you want to try again, Lisa, you stupid girl? Seems like you opened
You
your
want to
chops.
talk about a topic that I like instead?
Lisa Simpson's smart. I'd expect Lisa Simpson, who's intelligent in The Simpsons, to understand what pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry is caused by. Do you not know, Lisa?
Would
you're just
you?
using the namesake even though
Would you
you're
expect that?
Are you using this name to pretend you're intelligent, like Lisa Simpson's intelligent? Because you're not. You don't know the answer.
I think that the difference is that I am aware of the lack of intelligence I have in certain fields. I don't pretend to be intelligent about things that I know nothing about.
And shut the fuck up and listen to the people who do know what they're talking about. That would be me, Lisa. You are a fucking retard.
Sir, I don't listen to men who yell. So
Then sit down, shut up.
you would be a more effective teacher if you were calm.
Giving you a command. It wasn't a request. I'm telling you. Sit down and shut the fuck up, you pretender clown.
But you're not my dad, so you don't get to tell me what to do, sir.
I don't think I can just shut you up, Lisa. Oh, you notice I've just shut you up? I don't need to be your dad to shut you up, you belligerent little girl, using the name of somebody more intelligent than yourself as a namesake. Pathetic coward with a fake name. Pretending to be Lisa. Lisa Simpson would know what caused bent geodesics. You are a spastic. Yeah? Don't involve yourself with the discussion of men. Yeah? Go and do something that's nothing to do with things you don't understand. Do the other thing, Lisa. Anybody else can have a bash? We've got an entire room full of globe-believing cucks. Can one of you tell me what causes bent geodesics in space-time? What's the suggested Einsteinian causal influencer? Let's see. How many people are in this room?
I have a different question.
No.
How many times a day do you ask?
Sally.
Men to suck your dick?
Sally. Not a new question. Do you know what causes bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry?
I'm just curious as to how many times you ask a guy to suck your dick a day.
How about you answer his question?
Let's just shut Sally up because he's decided that he's going to interject with a new question so I don't humiliate every single globe-believing cuck in this room. We've got a room full of globe-believing cucks. Ma, I see you're off mute. What's the cause of bent warping space-time geometry? Go.
You dumb fuck, I'm a flat earther. Just because I have something to do against you doesn't mean I'm a globie, you retard. Good one.
We've got a room full of globe-believing cucks. One of you must know the answer.
Still no response.
It's narcissism because they're smart enough to understand that the answer to that question has fuck all to do with what the first guy tried to attribute it to in the first place. And that's why they're all doing this. What you said, we've had to sit down for 30 minutes asking the same question because at the end of the day, the guy who was pretending to know what he was talking about at the beginning of this thread really doesn't. Answering this question will expose that.
What you mean, establishing the suggested mathematical cause of the bending and warping of space-time would undermine the suggestion that there's a force?
Wow. Imagine asking one question for 30 minutes and not getting an answer.
Yeah, amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing. It was you I asked. I've asked you now 11 times. What's the cause of bent space-time?
Mass, energy, pressure, stress. Translated into a tensor.
Oh, that's incorrect.
Through the Einstein field equations.
You said that repeatedly, and I keep telling you that you're wrong. Do you think saying it again is going to make it the correct answer? You're wrong. There's only one answer to this question. You've not given it, you dumb fuck.
Now I know you really don't know your stuff.
Really? I'm pretty sure I know what Einstein alleged to be the cause of the bending and warping of mathematical pseudo-Riemannian space-time. If you knew, you'd just give it me.
Yeah, and I did, but you
did not. Sorry,
waste of my time.
Everybody on my panel knows the answer to this question. There's 5 people on my panel. Did he get the right answer?
No.
Do you want to give me the wrong answer again so I can call you a spastic again? No, just total silence. An entire room full of globe believers and none of them know what Einstein suggests is the cause of bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry, the bent geodesics in a 4th dimensional space-time. Nobody knows what causes that. My God. You'd think you'd all know. You all adhere to this religion. Why don't you all know?
Explain sunsets.
Explain. You're about to demand I explain something, Rasta. Come and suck on my bollocks, Rasta. Give me good fucking eye contact while you do so.
Not an explanation.
Right, it's not you sucking on my bollocks.
Still not correct.
You haven't got a clue. You don't know what causes bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry. You don't know. Or you'd have told me, and you'd have got it right. You'd have looked it up. You'd think you'd just type it into Google and ask AI. Does this really reduce the entire room to complete silence?
Explain the sunset.
Sorry, explain setting with respect to a plane. Sorry, we're going to rehash this old shit where you describe planar only measurements of setting in the vertical with respect to a plane. It's a planar measurement, Dumbo.
Yeah, and you still can't explain it with your plane.
That is a plane description when you measure it setting.
Yeah, and you still can't explain it with your plane. Where does the sun go?
You can only explain it with a plane second time. Setting is with respect to a plane. You've used a word that is categorically tied axiomatically to a plane. And you're saying you can't explain this with a plane. What setting? A planar description can't be described with a plane, you say? Fucking retard are you?
Yeah, where does the sun go?
Over there. You realise that when it's dark where you are, it's light somewhere else.
Alright, then how does it create a half circle?
What half circle? What are you babbling about?
When the sun goes down in your perspective, it turns into a half circle. How?
Oh, I see. You're asking about angular resolution limits at the horizon. Is that what your question is about?
No, that doesn't explain how the sun gets cut off.
Yeah, that's an angular resolution limit.
No, it's not. It'll get blurry. Angular resolution limit will make it blurry, not cut off.
Yeah, it is, because you guys only seem to understand angular resolution when it comes to, things disappearing. But you never understand it when it becomes, for example, the deck of the ocean, aka the plane of the earth, and another object meeting it, thus you not being able to resolve the space between these two things. But as I've said, you would require a plane for that in the first instance.
Yeah, he specifically asked me about from my perspective. So at some point in his pea brain, he appreciates that this has something to do with perspective because he used the word. Perspective's planar.
You can draw a ray diagram explaining that. You can definitely can't draw a ray diagram explaining that.
Perspective's planar. You're talking about perspective. Perspective is planar. You're talking about angles when you talk about perspective with respect to a plane. That's what perspective is. You use the word. It's also a planar description.
Yeah, Conspiracy Cat says he'll give us a flat earth for that.
It's because you can only describe perspective with a plane. It's angular resolution. Angular is describing a plane when you describe angles from the plane. That's what perspective is. And flat earth only description.
Yeah, now he's hunting ghosts.
So yeah, when we describe the sun setting, we're describing it moving in the vertical, and when you describe it becoming a hemisphere, you're describing angular resolution loss at the horizon, described only with perspective and the Rayleigh criteria with respect to a plane. All of these are planar, flat Earth only measurements and descriptions.
That is absolutely correct, Nathan.
I'm a
If
bit
it's the Rayleigh
confused.
criterion, then the angular distance has to be reduced. The sun cannot keep its shape
Angular.
like that.
Yeah, that's with respect to a plane, though.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Angular resolution is with respect to a plane.
Yeah, being unable to resolve it, but still not
so
make the photons disappear.
Perspective. Yeah, so you keep appealing to these flat Earth measurements, like you're somehow going to infer your sphere belief with them. No, you're asking me about flat Earth only measurements.
Proof by contradiction.
What?
Proof by contradiction.
No, you're not contradicting anything. If you're describing perspective, you're just describing angular resolution with respect to a plane. That's just measuring Earth flat to describe perspective.
Angular resolution doesn't explain why it creates a sharp line, a sharp hemisphere.
Did you not hear what I said? You just chose not to respond to that, right?
Yeah, just completely ignored you.
Go on. I'm listening.
No, not go on. You should have been listening when I told you the first time, but you ignored me, and now you're acting, mind you, 3 minutes later, like I didn't say what I said.
Did you forget your explanation already? Forget your Google search?
Angular resolution, it's the Rayleigh criterion, specifically. That's why it turns into a hemisphere, as in half circle at the horizon. Yeah, that's an angular resolution limit.
Rayleigh criterion does not create a sharp cutoff like that. It turns blurry.
Yeah, that's angular resolution loss at the horizon. A limited angle with respect to the plane that you're looking at it with respect to.
Yeah, you can't do that. keep saying Rayleigh criterion like it's your magic work. That's not how it works.
You do it with angular resolution details. That's perspective and the Rayleigh criterion.
The angular resolution loss will not be so sharp like that. It won't be a sharp line creating a hemisphere.
You mean the horizontal plane that you can't resolve the bottom or the parent bottom of the sun with? You saying the horizontal line that creates from the horizontal plane doesn't make sense to you?
It won't be a sharp line. It will be a gradual gradient. If you're trying to use a Rayleigh criterion.
What is the Rayleigh criterion? You're suggesting it like you know what it is. What is it?
It's the limit of angular resolution.
No, the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, it's a limit. It's used in the formula for the limit of angular resolution between two distinct points.
Right. So, according to you, the Rayleigh criterion is a description of angular resolution with respect to a plane.
It doesn't have to be a plane.
Yeah, it does. You're describing angles.
No. Again, it doesn't create a sharp line like the sunset. It would be a gradient, a smooth gradient.
You're talking about what kind of gradient? What are you babbling about?
It would start slowly disappearing. It wouldn't disappear so sharply like a sphere cut in half. It would disappear slowly. That's how angular resolution loss looks like.
Yeah, that's what it does do. As it recedes away from you to land in the distance where it's light, what you see with respect to the plane that you look at it over, that's a planar description of you being above something, it recedes and then slowly turns into a hemisphere. But it doesn't immediately become half circle when it reaches the horizon.
Yeah, but you wouldn't see a sharp line like that, like the sun.
They didn't understand what I said.
No. Meanwhile, perspective, angular resolution limits, distances to the sun's position, GP, these are all flat Earth measurements. Every single one of them.
That's correct. And before we go any further, I'd just like to say nice job on that interview with Eric DeBay. Out freaking standing, Nathan.
Oh, thank you very much. Hanging around out. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. Be sure to check out Measured Flat, link in the info box below this video, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Thank you, Nathan. Well entertained this morning.
Of course he wouldn't demate me.
Love when Globers just have word proof. Just say a lot of words and they're like, you don't believe that's our proof?
And you say a lot of words too, Demok, and there's no proof
No,
in
I
your
know what a ball is. I can get a ball out and show you how helicopters can't fly around it and match
I don't think
reality.
you know what a ball is because you're misusing the term ball.
Huh? No, a ball's a real 3D object you can hold in your hand.
Yeah, they're tiny, and you can hold it in your hand and kick it.
No,
And
they're any size.
Spheres that are larger than that are not balls.